Oh wow, the entire the entire front window's been busted. What happened? Did he get hit with like a falling anvil, like it's out of Looney Tunes or something? Holy. This guy looks so calm behind the wheel right now. He's missing like the front pillar here. The entire front window is blown out and it's just like a leisurely stroll. Oh wait. Wait. 5 minutes before that. Hold on, let me make sure this isn't like some kind of catastrophic accident here that's gonna get me in trouble. What happened? It was in perfect condition just 5 minutes ago. This is a pretty high octane chase, it appears. It's a Toyota, it's fine. Yeah, I guess so. So it looks like they had him ready, busted, about to pop up on the screen here, and then he just decides, fuck it, and just blasts it. He says, safety be damned, I'm just going for it. Yeah, it'll buff out. It'll buff out. Is there anyone covering this with audio? Or do they eventually get audio? No, there's still no audio even on the live right now. Hold on. Let me find a different coverage. ABC usually does it too. What's going on? Did this guy deploy like an EMP device or something? Why we got no audio on this? There is. You have to go to their website to watch it. You have to go to their website to watch it with their commentary? Who do they have on it? Chris Collinsworth or something? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why? Alright, I'm on their site. Now what?
This video to show you a very dramatic moment earlier when we thought this suspect.
Oh yeah, they're even doing the highlights right now.
Then look,
bang,
right through that gate.
Catching us up on the lore.
Shattering the windshield of the car. This Toyota.
Pretty well for us because we had some big jetliner coming into Burbank.
You can skip, nothing happens. Well, I don't want to go to live just in case someone gets hurt. So we'll just go through the filler arc here real quick. The police are fucked. He has amazing miles per gallon in that car. That's true. He just needs to outlast them. It's a war of attrition. Honestly, the police might get bored at this speed and just call it off. This is basically just a speed limit chase.
And Des, it doesn't seem like there's a.
Is that actually a Prius? I don't know enough about cars, and I don't see many Priuses. Priusi, whatever the plural is.
He ran into a little traffic.
It is actually a Prius. That's a crazy thing to get on a police chase with.
Believe it or not, we will actually
on 4th of July. True, you'd think that a police chase on 4th of July would be high, like significantly higher in intensity. Like the guy shooting fucking fireworks out of the side, leaning out the back of it like GTA, shooting Roman candles. In a getaway car that happens to be like a fucking Camaro or a Charger or something. Or some kind of old school muscle car.
Closures like that. It's just a matter of where does this suspect think they're going.
Police chases are Los Angeles tradition. Yeah. That's the #1 pastime.
To try to get out of the car.
This is why I moved out of LA. How many chases have you watched that weren't in Los Angeles? I don't think I've seen a single chase that wasn't in LA. Now I know they happen in other places, but it's genuinely treated like a sport in LA.
From the very beginning.
Like, I bet you could set your watch to avoid police chases. Like, I got off work a little early, but it's 4:30, which means there's probably 2 or 3 chases on the interstate, so I'm just gonna go ahead and maybe get a snack or something, kill some time so I avoid the police chases. Like, it seems like it's clockwork.
Getting on the freeway with just got to be difficult on
they just keep showing this moment, keeping the viewer hooked. Like, yeah, we know it's kind of boring right now, but look what happened 10 minutes ago when he ran through this fucking steel beam. Bang! Boom! That's a 5 booms out of 5 booms.
They're just going to run, which if people are,
how is he seeing through the cracked windshield? Because it's not just cracked; it's this entire driver's side windshield is missing. So he's actually just getting hit in the face with all the wind and everything as he's driving. Maybe he's got like sunglasses or something that he's put on to help with that. What was he pulled over for? Pulled over? You think they caught this mad guy? This demon? No, sir, he didn't get pulled over. I don't know what started this. Probably stolen car. That's usually what these are when it comes to LA police chases. Like 9 out of 10 are stolen car. Why the fuck would someone steal a Prius? I have no fucking idea, man.
they can
I
get out of the
couldn't
car
tell
and
you.
run or what they can do.
I'm sure you could
or
probably
they're
sell a
thinking that,
Prius
San
somewhere.
Fernando PD is just gonna get tired
And if it
of
was like an
giving it
easy
up.
thing to steal,
But,
maybe.
we
Yeah.
don't have any
Circumstances surrounding the theft of the car, but we have confirmed this is a stolen vehicle.
Called it. Hey,
As we
I know my
approach,
police
North
chases.
Hills,
Stolen car.
still north on the 405.
That's one for Charlie. Bang. Called it.
Yeah, that's very eastbound 118, and so we are headed back.
Luckily, the
towards
criminal
San Fernando.
despawned
So
most of the
we looped
traffic
all the way
here.
around now. We basically
I don't know
took
how the
tour,
highway is so
the
empty in
eastern
LA
half
of all
the San
places,
Fernando
but
Valley.
whatever
As
cheat
the
code he input
transition
there really
eastbound
did help
118
clear it
back
all
into
out.
Pacoima.
Do they get?
Is there anything more American than watching a car chase? Nah, it's about as patriotic as it gets. Watching a good old-fashioned Prius car chase.
It's really hard to say because it is such a rarity. Like I said,
And they just keep running the best of moments. Now that's what I call Police Chases Volume 5 right there. That's like the third time they've shown that. The greatest hits. Does your shirt say DILF, damn I love Florida? You swine, no, it says DILF, damn I love freedom. And boy howdy do I. The freedom to watch a good old car chase as fireworks blow up around me.
Typically not the case.
It's gonna lose power soon. I don't know how long the chase has been going, but I'm sure it's probably fine for another like couple hours. Strap in for the long haul.
Now, yeah. The fireworks and the celebrations and the 4th of July celebrations really starting to get underway.
Hey now, wait, he's gonna stop for some gas? He de-aggroed the cops and he's like, alright, I gotta fill up this tank real quick.
Off the freeway and romping right through that.
He keeps using his blinkers. Well, why not? Just because you're in the middle of a car chase doesn't mean you forget your manners and the road rules. Always signal. Good for him. What did he do? Stole a Prius. Which I think is punishment enough. I don't even know if they need to arrest him.
Fast. Hitting the brakes, he's going to dive into a side street there.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh. That cop just happened to be there. Oh, wait! It's at that end! Wait, he's out! Oh, no!
Driver, though, running up the sidewalk there. Let's see if he goes into the...
Oh, shit!
He's into a little side street there. There's some people there. Nowhere to go.
He wasn't checking his mini-map. He didn't realize there was a gate there.
LAPD night sunlight lighting up. It might have gone into... We got a officer running...
Nah, his goose is definitely cooked now. The only chance he has is if he can find a way to get inside someone's like garage or something, but it's not looking likely. Oh, this guy might just let him in. Hey, bud. Do you want to come in? The cops will despawn. He's really trying to give him the loop-de-loop and pull.
Another building, we'll see if he tries to get into one of these apartments. That would be bad news. Across the grass.
Man, the camera's getting so pixelated right now, I actually can't find him sometimes here.
There might be a fence there where you can't get over.
There we go. Now he's right there. I just saw him. He like crawled in over here. This guy's on his ass right now too. He's like, I see you!
We last saw him in those bushes there.
This guy's got the exclamation point over him like Metal Gear Solid. He might have actually got away. They were so slow. He also took the worst possible pathing, but it looks like it worked out. Oh, wait, yeah.
You see it popped open there.
If he did, that'd be a big mistake now because he had a pretty good spot. How did the door open? Did they hack it or something? Like, is the homeowner there? Oh yeah, homeowner's there. Oh, they look angry. I didn't see anything. Did I go too far back, maybe? Oh, there he is. Yep. Yep. Oh, they got him. Uh-oh. He moved at the worst possible time. Well, I mean, they knew he was here, I guess. What would you do in this scenario? If it was me? I don't know, that's tough. Because he's kind of boxed in. Helicopter's just OP. When it comes to police chases, you're not going to beat the helicopters. It's too strong in the meta. So I guess what I would hope for is I'd probably just start like knocking on some of these doors, be like, listen, brother, I stole a Prius. I feel really bad about it. Can I just hide out here? I don't really want to go to jail for it. Do you mind? And then just do that to every single house here, because once I go into a house, then I feel like I'm probably good. Because then the officers are going to need like a warrant or something. Like, as you can tell, they're not just like busting down doors. So just be like, buddy, let me just chill here for a bit. I'll even get you in for like half of what I sell this Prius for. They're just dropping the address to this guy, hoping someone's going to go out there and find him. There's just going to be one guy watching this news segment being like, wait, I know where that is. He straps in the seatbelt and steps on the gas. I'll get him. Why are they putting this up? Why are they showing that? What would you do if you were the homeowner he ran into?
We're kind of far from San Fernando.
Would be very I don't know. It all depended on his attitude. Like, if he tipped his fedora, he's like, good day, good morrow, my gentle sir. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle.
So
then I'd consider it.
Theory, then, okay, so kind of hard to say.
I'm assuming they lost him. No, I think he's still inside that building. Like, I don't think he got out yet. So even though they haven't got him per se, he's kind of boxed in. There's not a whole lot he can really do, I don't think.
They have a perimeter.
No, I don't think he got away. It's just they can't kick down the door and grab the guy or anything. Unless, I guess, the lady tells them they can. He's a squatter now? Ooh, that's Galaxy Brain. If he can camp long enough, he could get squatters' rights. Doesn't Cali have, like, the most lenient squatters' rights as well? I could be getting them confused with something else, but squatters' rights are crazy. He just might. If he can just wait it out. Yeah, I think this is probably where this is going to end. I don't think they're getting in tonight. He's just going to stay there for the evening. He's just going to hide out. Maybe watch some TV. Call it a night. I'm guessing that's where we're still at in real time. Oh, they actually just stopped it. This is a bit of an older story I want to cover today, but it's one that I still think of from time to time because of its absurdity. It's vintage. 2021, which in internet years is prehistoric, basically. It's fallen out of everyone's consciousness, and I need to do my due diligence to put it back, because man oh man is it a weird one. So let's dive in. It all started in early 2021, when a young teenage girl started to receive really mean text messages from an anonymous troll. And she was getting cyberbullied through these messages for quite some time. Her boyfriend then started to get the same messages. They were extremely personal. They were extremely nasty, constantly telling her to kill herself, this and that. And the mother got really upset at this because obviously, who wouldn't? Her daughter is being harassed by some weirdo degenerate. As I imagine any good caring parent would do, they see this kind of behavior and they start rolling up their sleeves, giving them one of these, why I oughta when I find who's behind this. So she starts to launch an investigation and work collaboratively with authorities to find the culprit. Who's behind this? Could this be the work of the infamous hacker known as 4chan? And they went on a hunt to track this person down because it didn't stop, and it was tons of messages, hundreds of messages, over a year's worth of harassment and 349 pages worth of DMs with this shit. And eventually the FBI got involved in this case to figure out who's doing this because it was so personal and so targeted and mean that they really wanted to figure it out. And this is all attacking a minor, too. So it was like stalking a minor, just harassing, unrelenting. And eventually the investigation concludes that it was the mother that was sending these text messages. She was running it all through a VPN to try and avoid being tracked down. So she had a real nefarious scheme here where she would just keep telling her daughter to kill herself and insulting her and the boyfriend. There was even this subplot that arose where she started to blame another classmate that could have been behind it. So she started to try and frame another child for this. It was fucking wild. And keep in mind, the mother was the one working so closely with the authorities to, I guess, throw them off of her trail. So this whole thing was kind of like that SpongeBob meme where it's like Maniac on the loose and he's on the walkie-talkie with the Maniac poster behind him with his face on it. That was this case in real life.
7, the Isabella County mom who catfished her own daughter for almost 2 years is going to prison. Kendra Licari was arrested in December for stalking her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend.
Now, I didn't mention a moment ago, but I will now, that it was more than just sending those really nasty messages. Apparently, Kendra Licari would even send her daughter doctored photos of herself. I guess, like, with really mean shit on it. It didn't go into detail, but I read one of the reports that it was more than just text. She would send photos, too. So I'm guessing she would, like, Photoshop shit with her daughter in there to, like, bully her further off of it. It's so baffling.
For nearly 2 years, she sent hundreds of harassing and obscene messages and pictures to the teens every day. It wasn't until the mother of the boyfriend and Licari herself went to police for help. That's when they discovered Licari was the one sending the messages. Police also found she tried to frame a third teen as the one sending those messages. Today in court, she was sentenced to up to 5 years in prison.
So she'll spend at least 19 months in prison for all of this. And what's even wilder is that there's still no explanation for why. What was her motive? Why would she do this? This is some huge fucking hater energy. She's waking up real early in the morning to have extra time to hate her own daughter. She would send up to 12 text messages a day, every day, all just shitting on her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend. It doesn't seem like there's anything to gain out of this except for making your daughter scared and miserable and potentially traumatizing her, because her daughter's a very young teenager during all of this. So I can't imagine what her motivation was, and she's never explained or elaborated on what the plan was. So I've seen speculation that people thought this was maybe another, like, Munchausen by proxy situation. If anyone is familiar with, like, the Gypsy Rose case, you're probably familiar with that term. But I don't know if that would necessarily even apply here. I really don't know. Maybe it is the mom trying to, like, isolate the daughter somehow by making her afraid of all of her classmates, or maybe trying to push the boyfriend out of her life. The whole thing is just a giant fucking question mark of why would anyone ever do this? And she did this every day for over a year. This was part of her morning routine. Get a nice cup of joe and shit on your daughter. Why? Maybe a power thing? Like, maybe she was bullied in high school, so now she's trying to, you know, do the same to, like, take that back. She's, like, passing the torch to herself to be the bully now. I don't get it. No one really does. And she has not said why. At least not from what I've found. All you can find is speculation and theories on what the motive could possibly be.
Isabella County Prosecutor David Barbary said this is one of the most confusing and complicated cases he has had to deal with. Not only from the case itself, Kendra Licari harassing and catfishing her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend for more than a year, but also when it came to sentencing. When it comes to sentencing, they hope to let the victims have a say. But the two victims here, Licari's daughter, she's hoping for leniency. She didn't want to feel responsible for putting her mom in prison. The other victim, her boyfriend, their family wanted the book thrown at Licari.
That's another super fucked up component to all of this, because not only was the daughter the victim of this relentless harassment campaign from her own mother, but now her mother is going to be going away to prison because of all of it. So now she's going to be growing up without her mom around for quite some time. It's just a really sad situation. I don't know why the mom did this, and also why she refuses to elaborate on what she was fucking thinking. She openly admitted to all of it, and she apologized saying she doesn't want to hurt anybody else, but she still has never said why she did it in the first place and continued doing it for so long. It just, I don't understand. Maybe she was like, you know, beta testing her shit talk for her League of Legends solo queue games, so she'd, like, use her daughter as a guinea pig. Like, let's see how my daughter reacts when I tell her this. Not enough tears. I'm gonna have to go harder. I need to make sure that all the dog shit players in my lobby feel really bad. I need to make sure my trash talk is S tier. But anyway, she pled guilty to 2 counts of stalking a minor, and she's going to prison for some time now. And it's just a really weird situation, obviously, but it merely makes you think. Your biggest hater, who exactly are they? It could be anyone. And don't give me any of that mumbo-jumbo baloney about how everyone loves you, you don't have haters. You do. I'll hit you with the cold water. Even if there was a perfect person that existed, they would have haters because they are perfect. They would hate them for that. So no matter what, I promise you there are people that don't like you. And who are they? This story makes you think, makes you sit back and go, it really could be anyone. What if the person that's replying to all of your tweets saying awful things like, you're so short, why'd you end up so short, dummy, you stupid face, greasy little goblin man? What if that person is actually my own mother? Or father? What if they're both in on it? What if they both have alt accounts where they're constantly spamming my shit, pointing out every insecurity that I could possibly ever have? Could be. You never know, as is clear here. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. It's impossible to say what the worst feeling in the world might be. I think most people would default to answering that with something painful, like getting hit with a sledgehammer, getting shot. Childbirth is usually towards the top of that tier list for how painful it is. Maybe watching Rebel Moon Part 2 for how abominable it is. But I actually think there's a right answer to what the worst feeling in the world is. And it's being dead. And a YouTube channel called Watcher would agree with my analysis because they experienced death for about 3 days when they released their Goodbye YouTube video, where they announced that they were leaving the platform in order to have their own subscription-based third-party platform for their content going forward, and people didn't like that. They got spit on more than a mic at a beatboxing competition, and now they're backpedaling. They've released an apology, and they've announced that they've made a mistake, they've apologized, and they've talked about their plan going forward now. I'll bring you up to speed on the lore in case you're unfamiliar with this story, but this is a massive YouTube channel. They are a beloved group where they made this absolute wet fart of announcement where it was saying that they were going to be producing all of their content going forward behind a paywall on their own platform for $6 a month. So all of the content that their fans were used to getting on YouTube for free is now locked behind a $6 a month subscription fee. They said they continue to drop premieres on YouTube, but the rest of the season, well, that would cost you some clams to access. Obviously, this ruffled everyone's feathers, especially considering they already have a Patreon where people were signing up for monthly membership fees of $5, $10, or $25 a month, and this was an additional service on top of that for a monthly subscription, so it was just a disaster. And they lost close to like 100,000 subs over the course of 3 days. It wasn't quite 100K, but it was a lot. And now, today, they've released this.
Hey everyone, last Friday we announced that we're leaving YouTube and launching our new streaming platform.
We messed up. A lot of you spoke out with extremely valid comments and concerns, and we want to take the time now to address those.
We've been reading the things you've been saying, and we're sorry for the way we handled this, as well as the way we communicated it.
Right up front, it succeeds where a lot of other YouTuber apologies fail. They say they fucked up, and they say the golden word, I'm sorry. They make an apology right off rip. So it's a pretty good start to this one, all things considered.
We understand where you're coming from, and we're making immediate changes.
First, we want to affirm that you are the reason why we've been able to do anything at this company. You helped us every step of the way when we left BuzzFeed to start Watcher at the top of the pandemic in 2020.
You've supported us in so many ways by watching our content, attending our live shows, buying our merch, becoming members of our Patreon, and giving words of encouragement over the years.
This is another super strong moment here because it's tugging on the audience's heartstrings. It's very much buttering them up in a positive way. I'm not saying that as a negative thing. It's clear that they recognize the significance of having that audience. The whole content creation shit online doesn't work if no one's watching it. I mean, I guess if you had like an army of bots that view it, like you're a kick streamer or something, then maybe you can make an argument that it'd be sustainable even if you don't have a single human being watching. But clearly they understand that you need a passionate audience in order to survive in the online cyberspace Thunderdome. Now, there is something I want to mention here, though. He briefly mentions some of the ways the audience has supported them over the years, such as buying the merch, attending the live shows, subscribing to the Patreon for the monthly fee, and encouraging words. 3 out of 4 of those are huge revenue drivers. The kind words, not so much. You can't really make a whole lot of money. You can't convert nice comments to USD. There's no direct conversion there for that. I mean, unless you're making Hallmark cards, perhaps. But those other 3, attending live shows, subscribing to the Patreon, and also buying the merch. And there is a 4th one there as well, which is just by watching the videos, you are directly financially supporting them because AdSense through YouTube monetization, as well as the brand partners that have paid to be on their content. So they're already heavily monetized content, and I didn't even think about the live shows the first time I watched their video. That's a huge part of some teams' bottom lines because they bring in so much money. It's like one of the main revenue drivers for bands in particular with concerts and buying tickets to it. So they have a lot of revenue sources already for their brand. So then immediately after hearing that in this video, I was like, so then why did you want to do Watcher TV for $6 a month? You have all of these other streams that the audience has been supporting for so long. Why would you want to have another one to milk those titties dry? Like, it seems like, it just doesn't seem right. It seems greedy. Now, they do shine some light on the motive behind doing this, the reason behind the Watcher TV idea in the first place. So we'll get to that pretty soon.
And we are incredibly grateful for your support.
We're sorry for how we originally delivered our goodbye message to YouTube. It was insensitive. We didn't properly express how much we appreciate all of you. And we did a really bad job of explaining the reasoning behind this transition.
We also want to deeply apologize for our ignorance around the impact of the cost. We regret stating and implying that it's a price that anybody can afford, and we fully acknowledge that it is not. We didn't take the proper consideration for how this cost would affect you, and hope you know that we are taking this as a serious learning experience.
It seems like they really did listen to pretty much all the feedback. They're hitting all of the main points, both in their delivery as well as the actual idea behind this venture. So it's nice that they're up here taking the accountability and saying, yeah, these are things that we really just didn't even think about. I'm sorry, we fucked it up. Like that is something that you don't see very often, so it's nice to see them just take it on the chin here.
With that in mind, we're making some changes to ensure that there's a way for our community to continue watching our content for free.
If you want to watch our shows early and ad-free, you can catch them on the Watcher platform a month earlier. After that, you'll be able to watch our shows on YouTube for free. For those that have already subscribed to the platform, we are so grateful for your support. But if this change has you rethinking your membership, we will issue a full refund. And all past episodes and series will remain available on YouTube.
That's a pretty solid change overall. That is something you see for a lot of Patreons for YouTubers or third-party offerings if it's not Patreon. So it does make sense that they do this here. I am surprised that that's not something they were already offering on Patreon with early access. That's one of the more standard ones. But I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If there's people that are just hungry, starved for more Watcher content, they can subscribe for $6 a month on that platform and they get that content fed to them a month early. And those that don't want to or can't afford to can just wait for it to premiere on YouTube for free, as it has always done in the past for the content that they've come to know and love. That gets 2 thumbs way up from me for the back of the DVD box on that change. I think that's completely fine. Everyone wins there. If you really want the content early, you subscribe to the early access membership for Watcher TV. And if you just want to get the content that you already know you like, you just wait for it to come up on YouTube, and it's no different for you. So I think that is a totally fair compromise.
As for the question of why we decided to launch our own platform, when we started Watcher in 2020, we wanted to create shows that we were proud of, that we had ownership over, and that would provide you the caliber of content that we felt you deserved. However, we were finding it harder and harder to stay relevant to advertisers and the constantly changing YouTube landscape.
This is where my eyebrow raised a bit, so I decided to look into their content just briefly. I didn't do like a full deep dive here, but of their last 20 videos, 12 of them have brands on them. I'm excluding their Goodbye YouTube video, but also there's one more in that batch of 20 that I think doesn't really count, and it's a teaser trailer for the mystery files that they did, so it was just a very short trailer. But 12 out of 19 full videos have sponsors in them. As I mentioned in the last video, I own an agency that manages a lot of major YouTube channels of this size and bigger. So I know what a lot of those deals look like, and I know that those deals are super lucrative. And at their size, those are significant numbers that we're looking at. Over half of their videos of the last 20 are brand partnered. It doesn't seem like they were really struggling to get brands on their content, so I don't exactly know what he means by staying relevant to brands, especially because in this industry, brands focus mainly on your cold, hard Carfax, your metrics, your numbers, and they pull in great viewership numbers as well as a very engaged community. So brands must have hearts in their eyes anytime they get the chance to work with Watcher, just because their numbers are so good. But on top of that, they actually produce some of the most brand-friendly content imaginable. This is the type of shit brands salivate over. It's long-form, highly produced content, and the creators actually do skits for the ads, at least in all the ones I've seen. They do like a fully produced brand piece in this content. So the audience actually enjoys watching these ads. That is a match made in heaven for sponsors. So I was very confused on what he meant by staying relevant to brands. And then the second thing about, staying relevant in like the ever-changing YouTube ecosystem, that's a totally understandable one. I get that. The YouTube ecosystem is 100% like this boogeyman that no one fully understands. But it doesn't really make sense to me. We found it harder and harder to compete in the ever-changing YouTube landscape, so we abandoned it. We waved the white flag and said we're defeated, so we created our own platform with blackjack and hookers. That's a Futurama reference. I'm not saying that's what Watcher TV is. But the point is, why would you go from this is a lot going on YouTube and it's changing to, all right, guess we got to leave it now and then charge people for access? That just doesn't really compute to me, because you kill your brand, obviously, which I think they've recognized now from all the feedback. It's very hard to get people to subscribe to $6 a month content on a third-party platform they don't know, as opposed to just showing them some free YouTube videos. You built your brand very successfully on YouTube, and you are still only growing from everything I can tell. So why would you abandon it at the height of your growth, right? Like that, I don't know, that reason doesn't really make a ton of sense to me, but I understand being like afraid about, long-term sustainability with how frequently YouTube is changing. I do get that, but I feel like the natural progression there would be like, okay, so how can we stay competitive on YouTube, as opposed to, okay, how the fuck can we get out of here?
We faced some incredibly challenging decisions. We didn't want to compromise our content to ensure they met advertising requirements. And we definitely did not want to lay people off that have brought Watcher to life behind the scenes. And we didn't want to bring Watcher to a close, which would have happened if we stayed solely on YouTube.
That's why we decided to launch the platform, so that we as a company could continue, we could pay our staff fairly, and not only continue to make great content for you, but expand with new shows, new voices, all ad-free. And now with the addition of accessible options, this is a decision that we all believe is the best for Watcher.
All those reasons he lists are perfectly reasonable. You don't want to lay off your staff, great. You want to pay them fair, great. Like all of these, they check mark the boxes of good shit. I support that. But I don't understand why your only option was to leave YouTube and charge $6 a month to your audience that's already paying for more merch, live shows, and Patreon. At least a large number of them are. They have over 13.4 thousand Patreon members right now. From all of this controversy, their Patreon has actually flourished more than it ever has, from what I can see. So why would you want to take even more money out of their piggy banks here? The strategy would be to keep growing on YouTube so you can continue to monetize, you can charge higher rates to the brands that you work with, that I imagine you will continue to work with. And also, more views means more AdSense money. And like I said, this channel is so advertiser friendly. It's exactly what brands and YouTube themselves want, long form, high quality content. Their RPM is probably super fucking high. So the more they would grow on YouTube, the more money they would stand to make. They would easily be able to expand, I would think, without charging $6 a month for their initial idea of paywalling the content that they were used to giving for free. I do like their new model of pay $6 a month for early access, but I still do find it unnecessary. I feel like the only reason that's there is because they can't fully walk back that now. They can't just get rid of that because people have already paid for it, so they need to offer something to those people that have already signed up. But I don't think it's a necessary thing for the survival of their brand. I really don't. Like I said, I know what these brands pay to be on the content. So just their sponsorships, I know they're bringing in six figures from these sponsorships. Easy. And their Patreon, you can start crunching the numbers. 13.4 thousand Patreons at $5 minimum up to $25. Like, come on. That's a lot per month. Plus their merch. Their merch is pretty pricey, and people are clearly buying their merch. It seems to sell out quite a bit. That's a lot too. Live show tickets, when those come around, that's a pretty big influx. Their AdSense popping off. Like, they have so many revenue streams, I don't know how they can possibly be at this point where they need to find more ways of taking money from their audience in order to survive. That just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, unless there's some really odd mismanagement going on behind the scenes here. The videos they make aren't cheap, but I am confident that they're not costing them $500,000 per video or something outlandish like that. I know that's not the case. So how can you possibly be at this point where we had to find a new subscription for people to pay for in order to keep Watcher alive? I just don't get that.
However, we realized that in figuring out the logistics of what this might take, we overlooked the way it would impact all of you. We hope you'll be patient with us through these mistakes, and we remain incredibly sorry that they were made in the first place.
We also want to directly address our Patreon community, who have played such a key role in supporting us from the very beginning. All current Patreon members will receive a free subscription code to the platform. If you already purchased a subscription, please contact us and we will issue you a full refund.
We look forward to continuing to make shows and introducing all the incredible things that we've got planned for the platform alongside YouTube. And in the meantime, we are forever grateful to all of the people who make up our community, and we hope that you consider joining us in this next chapter of our journey, whether that's on YouTube or on the platform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Overall, this is a good apology video, I feel. They say I'm sorry multiple times, they admit their faults, they try and explain why things were the way that they are, and how they missed the mark. Like, they take a lot of it and seem to understand it from a place of genuine authenticity, which is great. I still, however, don't understand why it reached that point to begin with. I don't see how a channel of their size and their success with all of the revenue streams that they currently offer could possibly be struggling financially. I really don't understand. I don't. Like, knowing what I know about this space, I just don't see how they could be needing to take even more money from their audience to survive. I do think they made a good change with what they're offering for $6 a month. I personally don't think that it's necessary at all, though. Especially because the way they frame it in this video makes it sound like that's the only way the Watcher survives, is if they find a way to monetize even more off the backs of their viewers. So that's why the $6 a month there is being charged, because it helps keep them afloat. I don't know how they could possibly, with all of these revenue streams, be struggling to the degree that they make it seem like they are. But whatever, that's neither here nor there, I suppose. This announcement was very positively received by their audience, and that's the most important thing for the health of their channel and their brand, is that their audience feels satisfied with this update. And from what I can tell, they do. A lot of them do still state that there's been a breach of their trust here with what they tried, but it seems like they're forgiving and willing to see how things play out for this group in the future. So I guess we'll see what the Watcher does down the line. That's really about it. See ya. I saw something really gross today that I just need to vent about. There is a pastor in Indiana named John Lowe II, which sounds like a generic NPC name in The Sims, and he went on stage in front of the congregation to admit to committing adultery 20 years ago, and received a standing ovation for his honesty. The crowd was cheering as if it was E3 and their favorite video game just had a sequel announced. A massive, uproarious round of applause. All because this guy publicly admitted to cheating on his wife. And then it wasn't until the person that he had the affair with came on stage that they realized, maybe this isn't something to be happy about, because the victim was a 16-year-old girl that he molested and sexually abused at the church.
In case you don't know, I'm Pastor John Lowe, and
I already hate this shit. Pastors are worshipped more than Jesus, it feels like. I have absolutely no problem with religion or anything like that. As most of you know, I was an extremely religious youth. I got baptized twice just because I was afraid God might have missed the first one. And while I may not be religious anymore, I do still get it. But what I've never understood is why pastors themselves are treated like gods by the people that go to church. It's super counterintuitive. It goes against everything the Bible teaches. The people are there more to worship and suck the dick of the pastor than they are to, give thanks and praise Jesus. And it happens all the time, especially with pastors like Kenneth Copeland and Peter Popoff. They'll just blatantly say, we need you to give us all of your money because we require another jet to preach the good word of the Lord. And people will happily just give up their family's entire earnings to the church, to the pastors directly, to support that greed. Just actual evil assholes. I'm getting carried away, but you can see it right away here, where they're just like shouting and cheering because this guy said his own name. Dude's up there to publicly confess to an actual fucking crime, and he still can't help but get cheered on like he's a rock star for it.
I committed adultery. It was nearly 20 years ago. It continued far too long. It involved one person, and there's been no other, nor any other situations of unbecoming conduct for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I highly doubt that last part from the confession where he says this is the only person it happened with. I imagine he's probably done this to multiple other victims, just a little sneaking suspicion. He's doing his best to tiptoe around the details here because he doesn't want to reveal that the victim was underage and how fucked up it all was. So he's being very careful with the way he describes the adultery.
While applying church discipline for sexual failure, for repentance, confession, and restoration, I myself had not been disciplined for sexual misconduct. I will not use the Bible to defend myself or to beat you into scriptural submission.
I'm not gonna lie, this part actually shocked me here, him saying that he's not gonna use the Bible to defend himself. That's like the number one thing the Bible has been used for hundreds of years, to defend some awful shit because of a disgusting interpretation of what the Bible says. And what's even more shocking is the way that he describes the Bible here makes it sound like it's a chair in the WWE. He says, I'm not gonna beat you into scriptural submission. Bruh, it sounds like some kind of promo material that Hulk Hogan would have said, hey brother, I'm gonna use the Bible to lay the smackdown on you at the upcoming WrestleMania Raw.
Meanwhile, I hope you believe God called you here. Meanwhile, I hope you believe that God called you here, perhaps for such a time as this. To believe, to forgive, to heal, so that God can reveal His goodness to you.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about? I certainly hope there'd never come a time where the Lord calls me into church specifically to listen to some bumbling goober confess to molesting a 16-year-old girl. Why would he want me to be there for that? Why would he want any of these people to go to church to listen to that? Because I know it wouldn't be for forgiveness. No shot. Absolutely not. And what makes me really infuriated here, and I guess I can't really blame the people, it's not their fault, but them just like agreeing with him saying amen as if he's making a good point. When he's saying, I hope you believe God called you here for a time such as this, so that way we can heal, forgive, and you might see His goodness. Phrasing it in a way where it's like, if you forgive me for my actions, then the Lord might be really nice to you in return. Can I get an amen, huh? You want a shiny new car? Well, you might want to forgive me for this crime. You know, the Lord might provide.
I've committed to the Lord and now to you that I will submit to the process and recommendations of this board.
Yeah, a standing ovation for that. Amazing. There was a couple people, like, you could hear kind of cheering lightly throughout the thing, which is weird too. Like, fucking pumping their fists, like, oh my god, the pastor's fucking, and it's not his wife. Whee! Yeah! Absolute wild and wackiness. They're treating it as if it's like a little fucking Super Bowl kind of event. But let me warn you, what you're about to hear next is pretty heavy and hard to listen to. The victim herself comes forward to actually paint the picture of what happened that the pastor was leaving out. And she says this to the people that were just giving a massive round of applause and standing ovation to the guy.
I lived in a prison of lies and shame. Lying to protect the Lowe family. For years I thought I was a horrible person having suicidal thoughts, not realizing what had been truly done to me. I'm a prisoner no longer. I was just 16 when you took my virginity on your office floor. Do you remember that? I know you do, and I have plenty of other stories that I could bring to your remembrance.
She describes in detail the actual nature of the adultery that he was so desperately trying to dodge. He was trying to, like, do his best to avoid every possible raindrop of detail surrounding this, but now she's the storm that's come through and has revealed all of it to the people that were just cheering for this evil man. So, I don't want to play too much of it here because, like I said, it is hard to listen to. She says it started when she was 16, and there were witnesses and people that knew what was happening, but when she tried to talk about it, all that was done was that it was covered up.
If you did it, you need to admit it. That's right. 100%.
I told you I committed adultery. I told you that it went on far too long.
Did you do it? That's all we need to know.
Yes, we did.
You didn't tell them she was 14 years old.
No, at 16.
Now the crowd's turned on him with the pitchforks out and looking for a biblical beatdown of their own for this guy. And this comes because the woman, the victim, came forward with a lot of information about what happened, as well as her partner coming forward with additional information that they revealed in front of the entire congregation publicly. And now the crowd that was just cheering for him is no longer super thrilled about it. Adultery, I guess, was totally fine. They were okay with adultery and long-term adultery. But now that they've learned that it was against an underage minor, well, that's changed the whole narrative. I think both are bad. Obviously, it's worse that it's with a kid, but I don't think there was still any world where they should have been cheering for the guy who just admitted to cheating on his wife for so long. It's still fucked up. I am glad, though, that they at least somewhat came to their senses like, Jesus, this is bad, this shit is not good.
That's just the way it is. It's not all true, but that did happen, yes. And all I can do is ask you to forgive me, and I'm doing what the Bible process or biblical process is in the church. I'm stepping down, stepping aside.
For everything that we have done wrong in our lives, that you begin to heal us, Lord.
And then once again, I was disappointed by the people here when they went up to give this guy a hug during their prayers. I'm just gonna say it, I don't think there's any power in forgiving someone like that man. That guy is a fucking monster. This went on for years, and it started when she was underage, and it was covered up. There's no power, and there's nothing righteous about forgiving an actual piece of shit like that. So the fact that after they learned all this information, after everything that was talked about during the service from the victim as well as her partner, after all of that, they still go up there and embrace him and seemingly forgive him, I guess, if the body language is anything to go off of. Just a horde of people go up there to give a giant group hug in the showers here, all up there huddled around each other like they're trying to recover a fucking fumble in football, all around that guy, who is a bad guy and doesn't deserve the forgiveness. Anyway, this video just made me upset. I wanted to talk about it, and that's really about it. So yeah. Frustrated dragon throws bottle at entrepreneur. I don't think it's as intense as he makes it out to be, but god damn it, I've gotta know. Fucking shatters a glass bottle over his head. Ah, she's beautiful. It's like a little accordion.
Pocket bottle.
Ah.
So, repocket, and like your keys or a mobile phone, you can always have it with
Guy,
you.
I've immediately sniffed out a problem. You have to finish the entire bottle every time or else you can't use it.
So you can find water. Ticket for bottled water is now worth $80 billion a year.
All of it held
But
by
last
Nestle.
Year, for the first time in its
pretty
30-year
much.
history, sales of bottled
That
water
company
started
fucks.
to fall.
That's some
Now, at the
crazy
same
shit.
time, there's a choice.
Guy, Nestle will literally
A choice
murder
between
you
£100 for
if you
all
try and
these
compete.
wasted bottles, or
You will not make it in the bottled water industry. Get out now, Guy. Yeah, Nestle has literally murdered babies.
pitched this.
Not like personally, but they have led to the
made
death of a ton
statement
of babies.
that's a
They're
complete
fucked.
red herring. Okay. So you are not going to, at any point, penetrate the $80 billion market.
Not yet.
Well, the idea is you don't
but
need to buy that if you always have a
I can dream
receptacle
about
that
it.
you can fill up.
This is not a replacement for that, is it?
Yes. Are you investing or not? I don't. What are you saying?
Tetchy exchange.
What do you want from me? I made a crinkly water bottle.
A turnover of £700.
Yeah.
that you're valuing at £1 million.
Yes.
Is that correct? I've got those numbers correct.
100%. Are you wet yet?
I'm going to make it
You
very
hard?
easy for you and just tell you I'm out.
Your loss. Give me my water bottle back.
Guys, confidence take.
Complete waste of time. It's just, you might as well just have a paper cup. And then you're talking about going around fountains that are around.
I can't understand you. What? Do you like it?
The water free. Turn the tap.
Sounds like you're having fun thinking about it.
Environmentally friendly way to drink that water is to drink it straight out the tap. You are therefore harming the environment by a bottle that you say is here to stop these bottles. You might as well throw it at my mug. So it's a terrible invention. I'm sorry, guys. Really made me angry. And it's £4.99. You can buy them full of water for 80.
Can we get a translator? And will you start over?
I'm sorry, but I'm out.
I understood that. Are you sure?
An irritated Duncan.
It would take me 9 months of use for this to be a better and more efficient way of doing it.
Well, first of all,
maybe, but you'd make me happy if you invested now, if possible.
I've noticed a hysteria about, people get excited about this bottle.
You honestly believe that people go around with this in their pocket?
Who gets excited about a water bottle?
In their busy schedules for somewhere to fill it.
Well, that's because you break a water bottle every week. You get a new one, it's like fucking Christmas. Ah, a new one to break. That is true. You could like toss them on the ground like you're spiking a football after a touchdown.
I wouldn't go into a newsagent. That's
what is the refillable
They're
bottle
penetrating this man's anus because he gave them a crinkly water bottle.
A refillable, it's a range of different
Those are a
types of
trend.
bottles that people can buy.
Were they?
To take to school, to take to work.
It looks like he proved them all wrong.
Walking, outdoor
No,
pursuits.
because they're supposed to be like fit in your pocket and you fill it up.
Again, Duncan's already said.
Jesus, you sound like an investor in Guy's company. Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying.
You've got
accumulate through bottled water. People
Yes.
just need to use taps. But I
Don't act like you use a tap. You're a multi-billionaire.
You
have your butler fill up the tap water and then throw it on the plants outside while you drink Fiji. Don't lie to me, Deborah.
You know, I would like to see
the samples. I might make a wrong investment decision.
You fucking boomer.
They have no psychotropical effect whatsoever. Yeah.
What a boomer. It's CBD, Peter,
Now they've
not
reassured
heroin.
The Dragons, the products aren't
Though we do have
mind-altering.
that too if you want it.
Tim Inskip.
To ask for £200,000 in return for 2% equity.
Ooh.
Drivers are currently
Entrepreneur behind the app that aims to solve our parking dilemmas. He's offering
Dan's got a
2%
decent idea, I
equity
will
in
say.
exchange for
Especially
a
if everyone in the UK is
£200,000
fucking driving around
investment.
aimlessly for 20 minutes looking for a parking spot.
Are you able to tell me where there is an empty parking space?
No.
Yes.
How do you do that?
I don't, I guess.
So this is
Hope I get lucky.
So the answer is
Pay to
you do
win
this by
parking.
using sensors.
Yeah.
To myself, he's not here for the money.
He's here to just flop his cock out on us.
But there is a risk to anything here. There are
That
many
risk is I might
companies
make
such as
too much
yourselves, as
money.
You will know.
What the fuck is James Corden gonna do for you? Just say no,
You know
move
what?
on.
You've got the right to say no. Here we go.
I have to say no to that.
Well,
what I would.
Don't be surprised if your car tires are slashed.
1,000.
Yeah, okay.
So 5% each.
Yeah, no. Yeah. No, absolutely. You're out of your mind, Peter. No. No. What?
5%
No.
in total.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you keep that attitude up, it's going to 4. So.
An audacious counter to 2 dragons. Be prepared to compromise.
These dragons fighting over crumbs of his
15%
company.
less than they originally
Have some
offered.
class. Say no 20%, no deal. And I'm stealing your car.
I just wonder if we drop to 15%.
Just laugh in their face. Give a belly laugh. Ha 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 ha.
I can't do 15, I'm sorry.
Don't say I'm sorry. You say fuck no.
Are you sure, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's a
Very much
hard.
time.
That's a hard
I'll give you back
man.
your polite notice and hope that you don't regret it.
This is a hard man. I like that. Yeah, here it is by Dan Hubert. What are we looking at? Defunct. Peter burned it down. What do we got? 7.6 million investments, including Hyundai, Sumitomo. Yep. Valued at 50 million. Hey Peter, how does 2.5% of that sound now? That's impressive. Good work though, Dan. I like that. That's cute. That's a happy ending right there.
So it's trademarked.
Yeah,
Okay.
And it's been valued at approximately 40 bucks.
We applied
So
for the trademark.
I guess. All right, I have to know. How's Pro Gains doing? This reads like fake fan fiction. Who the fuck offered him 90 million? Blue Apron wasn't even offered 90 million when they were on the verge of collapse. What? I've started selling cheap raw meat. What? Is this a joke? This is a joke. Is Birmingham Mail? Oh, it's probably like a Daily Mail subsidiary. It's totally fake then. Yeah, today's one of those days. Just like chips and salsa at a Super Bowl party, I'm about to double dip in here into some drama. Last week I made a video talking about hypocrisy. In a nutshell, the situation was two YouTubers, Scott Schaefer and MewKitty, made content talking about Twitch streamers being hypocrites due to the promotion of Fansly during the Streamer Awards, and I was named in both of these videos, because prior to this I had mentioned that it was very weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub on stream in front of his audience, which consists of a lot of kids, and meanwhile when Fansly was advertised during the Streamer Awards, I just laughed at it. So that's where the hypocrisy allegations come from, that's the genesis of it. And I thought it was an interesting talking point because of the subject matter, but I also wanted to defend myself from hypocrisy allegations that I felt were weightless, and that's what that video I made was all about. Now, Scott Schaefer, as I mentioned, tackled it from more of like a analytical standpoint, breaking down the problem itself, and I still do believe that his intentions are coming from a place of actually caring about the situation. However, the same can't be said about the other content creator, MewKitty. In the video I made covering this, I was very charitable with her intentions behind the content. I thought maybe I was wrong and got the incorrect impression on what her content was focused on. I thought it was satirical and ironic and trying to be silly on purpose with subject matter. And I apologized for saying things that may have come across mean-spirited or made it sound like I was shitting on her when that really wasn't my intention. Especially considering we were both playing on the same team, I feel like we're both saying these things are bad, and for some reason she's at my throat about it because of one difference in that I think showing Pornhub to the audience was worse. Not that that excuses the Fansly promotion, which again I have never once defended or said was a good thing, but this slight difference in perspective on it has led to all of this hostility, and I tried to explain that in the last video because I thought maybe there was just a misunderstanding there, but she took the last video as more of a declaration of war. And another thing I want to come forward with right away, and I didn't think this needed explaining either, one of the core points that she as well as others are making is that this is actually a very insidious plot that I'm hiding on purpose because Ludwig is my friend and QT Cinderella is his girlfriend. QT Cinderella ran the Streamer Awards, she was responsible for the Fansly promotion. So people were saying that I'm, excusing everything she did because she's Ludwig's girlfriend. And I didn't think this needed explaining. This is going to be a common thing. I didn't think a lot of this needed explaining, but I'll do it anyway. I've now said in like 5 videos over the last 5 months, I don't see eye to eye with anyone all the time, even my best friends. So, even though I do respect QT, and of course I respect Ludwig, I consider them friends, I didn't see eye to eye with QT on this. Thus, I wasn't going to pretend like I did and defend it. I don't do that for anyone, not even my best friends. This wasn't some kind of secret association that was kept under wraps. I'm very public about Ludwig and I being business partners with fucking Moist Esports, for example, and we do a lot together. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to look the other way on things that I feel differently about. I don't do that for him either. It's not just QT. I have actually talked about things I disagree with Ludwig on publicly as well. This isn't like some kind of big gotcha where it's like, it turns out Charlie does know QT. This is why he didn't say anything. That's just not the truth. And I did say it wasn't good. And now it's become clear after her most recent upload, as well as everything she's been posting on Twitter about me, that that little yucky spidey sense that was tingling in the back of my head telling me that she's probably just trolling to get a rise out of streamers to farm it for personal gain was unfortunately correct. And I'll go ahead and take the bait one more time here. I'll play along and eat this entree of medium well internet beef that she's serving up. She's been egging me on Twitter today to debunk all 20 lies she's caught me on in her most recent video. So I'll accept the challenge. I'll take the cinnamon challenge here and go through MewKitty's most recent upload, Moist Hypocritical Can't Stop Lying.
If you're coming here to see me troll around, I can't anymore, because Hypocritical lied so much about me and the situation
Put her money where her mouth is.
that I was forced to re-edit my whole video and now debunk every single lie that was made.
Obviously, I immediately owe a huge apology to MewKitty and her whole community because my video was such a stinker that it's impeded her ability to make her regularly scheduled trolling. But I do want to come out right away and say that her calling me hypocritical, the play on words, hippo and then critical spelled like my name, is actually such a banger because that is a meme that started on my stream like 6 years ago when I was still streaming on YouTube. I was playing Fortnite and I had bought the battle pass for the John Wick skin, and chat fucking erupted when they saw me playing with it because I had for a long time talked about what a big waste of money the battle pass is. You're a fucking troglodyte if you buy the battle pass. And then fucking John Wick skin comes out, it busts down my resolve, and I spent money on it. So chat called me hypocritical just like this. And it became a bit of a meme. So to see her unironically use it here is almost nostalgic to a certain extent, but she's clearly using it to be combative as opposed to like jovial and kidding around.
Everybody, including me, is tired of this subject, on him defending promotion of porn to kids. But
we're not even 30 seconds into this video and she's already told her first lie, which is ironic. It almost makes her seem like the hypocrite here. She says that I have defended the promotion of porn to kids. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Do you have a clip of me saying that what QT Cinderella did with promoting Fansly during the Streamer Awards is good? Defending it in any way? Because as far as I can recall, I have only ever said that it's not a good decision. And that as well as Pornhub that Aiden Ross brought up on stream are both bad. I've never once said that what she did was good or defended it, or defended her for the decision to do it. But she likes to tell her audience that I have, without ever showing any clips of me doing it. Because it hasn't happened. That is a blatant, bold-faced lie.
first lie manipulates the narrative that he already said both are bad. But that clip happened after my video, when his own fans has pressed him for 1 week for saying nothing.
And on stream I talked about this last night. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad.
He never say outright both are bad. All the streams is on my second channel. He defended himself and argued with his viewers for 10 minutes. And after a long battle, he said it's not a great decision, but never said both are bad.
This is a pretty interesting angle to try and play here, trying to catch me on not saying verbatim both are bad until the video went live. Even though I had explicitly said that it wasn't a good decision, which you outright acknowledge in this clip here, in your video, and the point I was making in the last video is in that same piece of content you posted on your second channel proudly, I do say it is not a good decision. I don't understand why she's trying to make this argument here, acting like her whole audience has their brain off and can't understand what it means when I say something is not a good decision. That means it's not good, thus is bad. And since I'm talking about the QT Cinderella Fansly promotion moment, that is me saying it is bad. Same way I was saying the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment was bad. And I'd actually like to cannonball into the deep end of this pool a little bit and swim around a little more and explore it, because I didn't think this would be necessary. I thought we were all able to deduce human emotion, but it seems like a lot of her arguments are going to pretend like everyone is an actual bot and can't, like, think. So I'm just going to over-explain everything. She makes it seem like I never outright said anything or condemned the Fansly promotion during the Streamer Awards or called it weird or anything at all. I was just completely tight-lipped, radio silent, keeping a secret like I had Fairly Odd Parents and I didn't want to tell anyone. When that's just not the case. During the Fansly promotional moment, I laughed at it. Now, let me ask you, what would I be laughing at, if not the absurdity of a Fansly promotion being on Twitch? Scott Schaefer seemed to understand what the joke I was laughing at was, which was the wild nature of a Fansly ad being played.
And when the ad for Fansly actually came up during the Streamer Awards, you can see he actually lets out a little laugh, and it seems like he's at least somewhat uncomfortable that this type of content was being promoted during the Streamer Awards.
For exclusive behind-the-scenes content and a free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which is your...
Did I just get a little tickle from under the desk or something? There is nothing to laugh about there, except for the absurdity of the situation. I didn't think that needed explanation, so I didn't even bother in the last one, but it's something she seems to harp on that I never made any indication that I found it uncomfortable or weird. And to go a step further, in the following stream or the stream after, in one of the days following the Streamer Awards, someone in chat had asked me if I thought it was weird that Fansly was advertised during it, and I point blank said yes. And this is actually faster than I called out Aiden Ross in the Pornhub moment. The clip that she plays, as well as the other people have played as well, is from a video I made called Aiden Ross Just Got Banned. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so, because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. The astute listeners will have heard something very crucial there. I had said, over the last week, you may have heard of this. It had been about a week since the Aiden Ross Pornhub Armageddon moment, and I had only mentioned it for around 50 seconds of this 11-minute video, which was focused on something else entirely. I just mentioned it because I was talking about a lot of the goofy things he had done recently. So I was just talking about it briefly, and it had taken me a week to even mention it. So I was actually faster to call the QT Fansly promotion weird than I was to call the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation weird. I didn't just ignore it. That is just a blatant lie. However, I don't want to be guilty of the same sin MewKitty's already committed of making a claim without any evidence to back it up, where she said at the beginning of this video that I defended the promotion of porn to minors, which is a sickening thing to even say, but the reason I'm mentioning this is because I cannot provide the clip of where I replied to chat about the Fansly promotion being weird because I don't fucking feel like combing through 14 hours worth of streams the day and the day after the Streamer Awards went live. I really don't feel like going through it, so since I'm not providing the video evidence for it, I'm not going to use this as a point in my defense. So going forward, we're going to work under the assumption that I never said anything publicly about it on stream, and the only indication I made to condemning it or that I thought it was bad was when I laughed at it during the moment.
Which is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. There must be a ghost in the machine of this lie counter on screen because it's going wacko mode. I don't know what's being counted as lies here because her points haven't changed, yet the counter is going up. I'm guessing it's because she's trying to say that the timeline condemns me. It had been about a week before I responded to her video, so my speed to the response was suboptimal. I didn't, get there like the fucking Power Rangers in time to talk about it. The explanation there should be pretty obvious to any sentient human being out there. I didn't see it until a couple days before I talked about it on stream. I had meant to talk about it the next day, but I forgot. I don't remember why, and I apologize. Maybe I should have talked about it the very second that I'd finished watching it, but I forgot. And then the following day or whatever, when the MewKitty's community kept spamming it, I did get a little upset because I just don't like spam and I was already talking about other things. So yes, I did get a little upset about the spam. And I do apologize for that. That's just something that always grinds my fucking ass. I don't like spam, but I'm being completely genuine. I actually don't understand what the point she's making here is. That I was slow to respond to it, thus I'm guilty, I guess. I don't really think that's a very strong point.
The next lie is also very important, and it's done many times, where he words, I didn't do the exact same statement, when he didn't do any statement at all.
Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. What? I don't actually really get what you're saying with this one. Is it an issue with the way I laid out the situation? In the clip you played, I'm just laying out the situation where people were upset that I had made a statement about Aiden Ross and streaming Pornhub to be weird, and then didn't turn around and make the exact same statement for QT Cinderella and the Fansly promotion. Was the issue me saying exact same? The word exact? Was that the problem? The pressure point? Because if so, I mean, I guess we can dive into that a bit. Maybe we need to start with a definition of hypocrisy, I suppose. So again, this whole video I made was just defending me from the hypocrisy allegations, not minimizing the actual subject matter, which I find to be a pretty important talking point. It was just defending myself from claims of hypocrisy. So I tackled it by pointing out that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation and the QT Fansly situation were different, albeit both bad, and do have similar elements to them. So in this section where I said I didn't say the exact same thing, I'm highlighting that when people were criticizing me, they're talking about me not making like a whole video talking about the QT Fansly promotion, I believe. So that's what that was my definition of exact same. And I'll clear up confusion. I didn't make a whole video about the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing either. That was 50 seconds of an 11-minute video that was unrelated to that. And I did mention that the QT thing was weird. So in order for the situation to have been hypocritical, I would have needed to shit all over Aiden Ross and call it the worst thing in the world, get the pitchfork out because he showed the Pornhub moment, and meanwhile, pat QT Cinderella on the back and defend it, applaud it, say that the Fansly promotion is totally fine. That would have been hypocritical, and I was arguing that since that wasn't the case, it wasn't. Like, the word exact wasn't really a core part of anything I was discussing. Now, I would like to, however, throw her a life raft on a point here, because I do think there is valid criticism of me here. I've said this for a long time. No one is above criticism. Of course, that includes me as well. I do think that maybe I didn't come out hard enough against it, so maybe that led to a lot of confusion on how I felt about it. With Aiden Ross, I didn't make a whole video talking about the Pornhub thing he did. It was a very small piece of a bigger video. So I never made a video about that, but Cutie Cinderella situation I only ever mentioned on stream, and I think only like one time. So even though I didn't make a whole video on the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing, it was pretty clear how I felt about it, whereas Cutie Cinderella, if you weren't watching the stream, it's possible that you didn't understand where I stood. So I do think that is a valid criticism where I didn't make it clear enough where I was at with it, and I think that would have been a good point to make. However, it's not hypocritical, because at no point have I ever defended it, and I wouldn't defend it either. So I still disagree entirely with any of it being even remotely hypocritical, but I do, however, agree that I should have made it clearer where I stood on the whole situation.
He keeps pushing on this narrative that we missed the clip that proves he's not a hypocrite, but the clip is after my video, the day before this video. So he uses the word prove, which in the viewer's minds means that he is proving something, but the clip is after my video. Guys, do you understand?
I was saying, I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why, of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of the...
Imagine how many people fell for this. Look at Asmongold's reaction.
I don't understand. What? I'm being left more confused than the first time I watched Inception when I was but a young whippersnapper. What is the point you're making here? All I was saying is a lot of the comments were calling me out for never even saying that it was bad, which is just wrong, and why I said you must have missed the clip, so I just proved that it is in that clip that is already on your fucking channel. That is what I was saying, is that I did say that Cutie Cinderella and OnlyFans or Fansly promotion is not a good decision. That is me calling it bad. So I was just saying that you might have missed it, and I was just proving that it is there in the content you posted. I did say it. That's the only thing I was saying. This has nothing to do with a timeline. This was talking about the people that were saying I never even said it was bad, when I did.
From the false lens. He then lies about Fansly having a lot of obstacles.
So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people, because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through.
What happens? This is crazy that this website is being promoted in front of hundreds of thousands of children, because as soon as I go to the homepage, I am instantly greeted with an open vagina despite the account being underage.
This is the most disgustingly manipulative part of her entire video here, because if she goes forward in this clip, I then go on to say that I didn't have the knowledge that Fansly wasn't secure, and that it didn't actually have any safeguards in place to prevent under 18-year-olds from accessing the content on its site. I was under the assumption that there was ID verification and a lot of obstacles in order to go through in order to set up your account. In that video that she is playing, I said that these things turned out to be false, and I was wrong, that it is actually easy for anyone to have an account there that is underage and access the content. But I didn't know that prior. Now, the whole point I was making with this statement, this section here, is that there is still a degree of separation between Aiden Ross just bringing up full-blown porn, we're talking fully penetrative fucking goat seed porn on stream, versus the Fansly advertisement, which had no nudity at all. The point I was making is they were different in that they weren't just the exact same thing done by two different people. Granted, they are both sexual content for sure. The Fansly advertisement was not full-blown porn right in the viewer's face right off rip. Thus, I was arguing it is different. Now, it's very clear to me MuteKitty has never even bothered to do the bare minimum of scanning that QR code during the Fansly advertisement. She's using a different video to try and make her point for her without doing even just a little bit of work. If you scan that QR code, I'll show you exactly what happens. This is the first thing that pops up. This is like the peanut butter and jelly of safeguards, the most inefficient shit ever. Are you 18? Yes or no, basically. But this is already something that contradicts a lot of what people were saying, where there was no 18 plus at all. If you scan the QR code, you immediately get fucking porn. That is not true. That's not a point MuteKitty was making, but I do want to address that. It's not like you just scanned that and immediately got porn. You did have this same safeguard that apparently Kick has, that a lot of people said is why the Aiden Ross situation is actually not as bad as this, because at least there was an 18 plus warning. Well, there is an 18 plus warning here too, so they're very similar in that regard. Now, once you enter, you're still not getting porn. You then go to this like Twitter thing. It's like some kind of Fansly Twitter thing, where if you scroll down, you still don't get porn. You get their little red carpet interview moments. Then, if you go to the very first link there, then you go to the actual Fansly site, and once again, you still don't get nudity. Now, the pictures are more sexual, but still, the nudity is blurred out. In order to actually access the porn, you have to claim the subscription and then make an account or sign in with Twitch. There is a lot more you have to go to get the porn out of the Fansly advertisement versus the Aiden Ross just pulling up the porn as a jump scare in front of the entire fucking audience out of nowhere. That's the point I was making. These are two very different situations, but did have commonality that makes them both bad. But I still believe the Aiden Ross one is worse. You don't immediately get the porn from the Fansly advertisement, and it's not exactly 2 clicks away, but it is still extremely easy to access and has no real age verification in place to ensure that your account is 18 plus. If you sign in with Twitch, it just kind of fucking takes them at their word, like, Scout's honor, you're 18 plus, I believe you, and then gives you the porn, which is a problem. That is an issue, and that was not knowledge I had prior to the whole situation here. I was under the impression that no kids could really access it due to like actual safeguards that would ensure only 18 plus were using it, like an ID check or something. But that is not the case, which is why I've admitted I was wrong about it. But they are still two very different situations where you don't immediately get porn out of the Fansly advertisement versus literally getting shown porn with the Aiden Ross moment. But that does not excuse the QT Fansly promotion. It is still bad. We are on the same side. I don't know why she can't see this.
He lies about now saying a statement immediately, which indicates to the viewer that he did say one, when he never did. God, when he just said that anyone can access and you only need your Twitch account.
Is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it.
He then ends the video with saying neither is great.
Classic Mew Kitty. She leaves out the part in that video where I admit I was wrong about not knowing how easy it was to access. Because it helps her point if she leaves that shit out. I said it in the video, I've just addressed it again here. There are more things you have to go through in order to access porn from the Fansly advertisement as opposed to Aiden Ross just putting the porn right in your fucking face and shaking it around, but neither are good. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Super weird that she just happened to have left out that part where I openly admit that I was wrong about the ease of access to the porn, where I admit that I completely was on the wrong assumption as to how difficult it was to access all of it. I'm sure she didn't mean to exclude it on purpose. It probably wasn't malicious. She might have just overlooked it.
But he only called out one, which is the point. But he still doesn't think he's a hypocrite. This is the best example of a hypocrite in denial. Both are bad, or in other words, neither is great, if the only one he called out was a stranger and the one he didn't was his business partner. Guys? How is this hard to understand?
I'm getting more and more tempted just to comb through the goddamn streams for 14 fucking hours to find the part where I do say that the QT Fansly promotion was weird after replying to chat, but I'm not going to be petty about it. We're going again to continue to push forward without that. Even still, me laughing at it I do think is pretty obvious, but we're going to throw that to the side as well. Even still, we'll throw both of those aside. I am saying it's bad. I have now talked more about how bad QT's Fansly promotion is than the Aiden Ross porn situation, Mew Kitty. Like, I don't know how much clearer to make it. There isn't some deeper plot thread here. I thought I made it clear. I was wrong. I didn't make it clear enough where I stood on it. That's fine. That's a legitimate criticism you can have of me. But it is not hypocritical because I have never defended it. I have never applauded it, and I've never tried to bury it or anything or hide my feelings on it. I thought it was clear and I was wrong. But I am saying, and I've said a million times now, it's not good. It's not. Like, you are making an issue out of nothing. We are on the same team, and you are dragging this on, and it is getting absolutely fucking shameless now.
He says I don't like his content. Big lie. I've never said this.
Something that
I'm genuinely upset with him when I've never expressed anything against him.
Statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. Boy howdy, this is a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense points now. I'll go ahead and openly admit maybe I'm wrong on that first point there where I said she doesn't like my content. Maybe you're a huge fan of the content. I guess I could be wrong. I was making an educated guess based on the way that you talk about me on Twitter and in the comments section. But I guess I could be wrong. Maybe you absolutely love my shit. Maybe you're a huge fan of the Moist Wrestling League. I don't know. I guess you're right. I didn't know for sure. I was just reading between the lines of everything you've been saying about me and posting about me. The next point is about her being upset. I assumed she was passionate about the topic, but maybe that was the wrong thing to assume. Maybe she's only ever treated this like fake outrage. I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she actually cared about the subject, so I assumed she would be upset if she genuinely thought I was defending it. So I guess I was wrong about that. Maybe she doesn't care about any of this, and this is all just a big game to troll for her. So yeah, I guess I could have been wrong there too, for sure. I'll admit that could have been the wrong assumption to make. And then line number 11 had me really scratching my head here, and then calling it an ego thing. It was part of an apology to you, because I said on stream that I really didn't like the way you edited the content. I called it Zoomer editing, and I said that sounded mean-spirited when I didn't mean it to. I just meant that it's not my personal cup of tea. I've never been one to really like huge amount of sound effects and a lot of crazy effects and sounds and music going on. And I said I didn't really like it, and it came across mean-spirited, so I apologized. I wanted to make sure that you didn't feel like I was insulting you personally, like I fucking hated you, just because I didn't like the editing. I don't know what the lie is here. I was being honest. I still don't like the editing. That's just me being honest. That's not a lie. I don't really know what this part here is. I just can't even understand there's a real debate. I know Mew Kitty's really upset.
He starts lying about me saying Aiden Ross did the exact same thing when I've never said that.
I'd like her to put her money where her mouth is. If she really thinks that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation is exactly the same as the QT Cinderella one, then I want her in her next video. Again, I could be fully wrong here about her being upset. She had made 3 tweets about me within like 2 hours right before I went live. So to me, it sounded like she was passionately upset about this whole situation. And like I said, if she was actually caring about the subject, I feel she'd have every right to if she really believed that I was defending it and okay with it. So again, I could have been wrong. Now, I like how she cuts off what I was about to say there, because I still think this is something very important. Her video has me in it, side by side with my Aiden Ross statement where I said it was weird that he pulled up porn to his viewers that had kids watching, versus me laughing at QT pulling up the porn advertisement to viewers that had kids watching. So, what everyone inferred, including myself, is that she was saying these situations are the same, and Moist Critikal is a hypocrite because he called the Aiden Ross thing weird, but didn't say it was weird when QT did it. That is the assumption I and everybody else who saw that video made. Pretty much everyone who watched your video interpreted that moment as you saying that Charlie said Aiden Ross Pornhub moment was weird, but didn't have that same energy or say the QT Fansly promotion was weird. Thus, he is a hypocrite. So my point was, if this is what you were saying, and it seemed to me and most people that it was what you were saying, that these are the same thing, and thus Charlie is a hypocrite, then I said, put your money where your mouth is, and in your next video, play the Aiden Ross uncensored, unedited Pornhub moment, and then play the QT Cinderella Fansly promotion unedited, uncensored, and we'll see how closely related they are. See if they really are the exact same situation. And I was saying, I don't think you'd do that. And for good reason, because the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment's gonna get you banned because it's fucking porn, whereas the QT Fansly promotion has nothing sexually super explicit, no nudity. I played that entire advertisement in my last video and it was totally fine. That one is a safe to watch thing that links to things that are not safe for minors to watch, which is bad. That is not good, but it is not exactly the same situation as Aiden Ross bringing up Pornhub, and that's what I thought and most people thought you were saying with your video with me at the end. So I challenged you to prove that you felt that way by playing both of these uncensored and unedited side by side to prove if you really felt they were exactly the same. You have now kind of backpedaled on that, or maybe we were all wrong and that's not exactly what you're saying. I guess that's totally possible as well. But I think we can all recognize that what Aiden Ross did is not the exact same thing QT Cinderella did with the Fansly promotion, but it does not excuse the Fansly promotion. I hate that I have to keep hammering that home now, but I'm going to keep saying it because it apparently needs to be made abundantly clear.
Then he lies about saying both are bad and called one much weirder, which indicates that he called cuties weird when he never did.
I don't know how many times I have to say they're both bad, but one's definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder.
And that is why everybody's calling him out.
But one is definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder and much quicker. Once again, this is referring to the situation after all of this had happened, where I had now said 1,000 fucking times that the QT Fansly promotion is weird too. But the Aiden Ross Pornhub one is much weirder. Right? That's what I'm saying. This is all post-game now. After all of this has blown over, this is that stream right after all of this, I said that it is weird, and that the Aiden Ross one is still much weirder. I don't know what's getting lost here.
And one of the most biggest lies is that he said that it was not good and he was uncomfortable when he saw the ad on Streamer Awards. This never happened.
As opposed to laughing and then saying that, yeah, that was uncomfortable and not good.
Let me prove it for the lazy ones.
Sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are all.
I have to imagine she's doing this on purpose. It is just going in circles. Laughing at it, I still think, is pretty clear. I am laughing at the absurdity of it, and that it is weird, silly, uncomfortable, and all of the things I've said about it since. That's what I'm saying with calling it uncomfortable. All the things I have said about it since. Like, I don't know where things are going so awry here.
He then keeps on lying that there is an 18 verification when he just admitted in his video that he posted that there isn't.
He's saying there's no 18 plus tag on the Fansly ad, whereas Kick you have to verify being 18. Yeah, but on the actual porn website you have to verify being 18. So if we're going to talk about verification, then you would still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content, but according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly. Hey, there we go. Mew Kitty finally came around to playing the rest of that clip where I admit that I got a lot of the information wrong about how easily accessible Fansly is, which contradicts a couple of the lies she pointed out earlier. I'm glad she finally shoehorned it in at the very end. Now, maybe I shouldn't use the word verify here, but I did just pull up on screen what happens when you scan the code. You have to confirm that you are 18 by hitting enter, which is the same thing Kick had. The whole context of that situation was people saying Kick had the 18 plus verification just to watch the stream. And I was saying, well, by that metric, Fansly had the same safeguard, where you still had to hit 18 to enter. I shouldn't have used the word verification, I should have used safeguard, because it's not verification. That was an absolutely wrong word to use there, and I fully own up to that. That was not the correct word to use, but it was on the fly and we were heated, so I used the wrong word and fumbled it. It was a safeguard. Kick didn't have an 18 verification either. It was, are you 18 to start watching? Yes. Which is the exact same thing that Fansly had. Are you 18 to go to this next page? Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole context there.
He then keeps on brainwashing the narrative that he didn't do it immediately when he never did anything. It's a lie, guys.
And then the one I didn't talk about immediately after happened.
And now he lies again and said that it was kind of weird when I just proved that he didn't.
Immediately after it happened, I laughed and then said later, wow, that was kind of weird. I don't know how many times she's going to make the exact same statement and chalk it up to a new lie. This is getting ridiculous now. For the 50th fucking time, she keeps saying that I didn't make a statement. I have now made 2 full videos about this whole situation saying the same thing, that it's inexcusable, bad, not good, suboptimal, not great, awful, uncomfortable, yucky, stinky. That's what I'm talking about. I've said that a ton of times now. The initial laugh I thought was clear from the get-go at what I was laughing at, but I guess not. I forgot we're in the age of Twitter where you have to end everything with like a slash sarcasm or something to give like your tone indicator so everyone fully fucking understands what's going on in a situation. But regardless, I recognize I may not have made it clear enough, which is where confusion could have arisen. But I don't know why she's still pretending like I've somehow defended this. I have never defended it, ever. And I have now talked about this so much more than I've talked about the Aiden Ross situation, which I still believe was worse, no matter how you try and spin it. Like, this is getting absolutely absurd.
He then lies about me harping on him and bringing him up. I think this is to make his fans defend him, but I never harped on him.
That's her whole point. Why does she keep bringing me up and harping on me? Because I laughed at it. Oh my god, another completely useless empty calorie here. Harping, maybe the wrong word. You posted about me, I think 8-9 times now on Twitter, and you made like 6 or 7 YouTube comments. So yeah, it felt like you were really harping on it.
Now that I've shown how much he lies, I'm gonna touch on why he's a hypocrite. Same thing happened when they tried to scam their fans with overpriced computers. He only changed when they exposed him. Then suddenly criticism exists. Incident, the owner of Starforge, which he is a co-owner of, he never mentioned his name in the video. Is that a coincidence? Well, when Rich Campbell got kicked out of OTK, he didn't make a video on that either. So I see a pattern, and I called it out.
Yes, of course. No Mew Kitty video is complete without piling a ton of dog shit lies right at the end. So there's a lot here, and I'll unpack them all real quick. So immediately she pulls the gloves off and starts spitting and shitting. She calls Starforge PCs a scam, or insinuates that it was scamming its customers, which is fucking wild because pretty much no one thinks that way. Linus Tech Tips fucking reviewed it and had an overwhelmingly positive review for the most part. He had legitimate criticism that we took to heart, appreciated, and used to better the company and the product. But no one really has anything negative to say about it because Starforge PCs is a legitimate passion project that aims to actually provide the best value, the best computers you can possibly find on the market. This is starting to sound like a fucking ad, but it is the truth. She's referring to our rocky launch, and we all admit the launch of Starforge wasn't swimming. It didn't go super smooth. And that's just the sad reality of it, and it's something that we deeply regret, but we used it to improve it and fix it, and now it is just the best that there is on the market. But she then tries to draw a parallel between Starforge and OTK, more specifically Mizkif. Mizkif last year fell into some hot water with a whole sexual assault cover-up scandal, and she pulls out a video saying that it's curious that I didn't mention Mizkif in it. Must be because he's one of the co-owners of Starforge PC. Well, that's fucking weird, because she pulled a video where I just wasn't talking about that situation in general. The video where I did talk about it was a totally unrelated one. So I'll go ahead and play the clip where I do mention it and say that I'm giving proper respect to the victim due to the severity of the case, because normally with internet drama, I'm just covering the wacky and goofy shit, and sexual assault is nothing wacky and goofy. That's fucking horrifying. Here's the clip. So let's just go ahead and start with Twitch, since I already made that video breaking it all down and a lot's changed and a lot's evolved since then. So I briefly mentioned a very serious that happened on Twitch involving sexual assault, a potential cover-up, all kinds of moving parts of that story. That's not something I treat as goofy drama. So again, I'm not going to go into super big detail on that whole situation, but I will say that that story has had a lot of twists and turns to it, where now all of a sudden the focus isn't even on the victim of the sexual assault or like the perpetrator accused of committing it. It's now shifted entirely to big streamers just pointing their fingers at each other and calling each other names and throwing as many debate term buzzwords at each other as they could possibly muster, and it is just kind of a mess. I again don't really treat this super lightly, so I'm not going to talk too much in detail about it. I'd recommend listening to Adriana Lee, the victim of the case, and get it from her. It's so weird. There's very clear evidence that I have mentioned it, and if you want even more, I do have a video on my second channel where I go into it more in depth after the OTK investigation came out, where I said I wasn't super satisfied and would have liked to see the actual evidence due to the severity of the case. I would have liked everything to be transparent so I could really see what happened here because of how outspoken I had been about this whole situation with Ms. Kiff and everyone involved. But she couldn't be bothered to do any amount of research, even the fucking bare minimum where if you just type in my name plus Mizkif, that video pops up right away. And I've talked about it on stream at length too, for hours. Like, it is something I very deeply did and do care about. She then makes another fucking lie, saying that I never talked about Rich Campbell or made a video about him. Well, once again, that was another horrifying situation that is not wacky, goofy internet drama that I usually will cover. So that was one I didn't make a video on, she's correct, but I did have a whole stream dedicated to talking about the fucking situation, which she could easily find if she just typed in my name plus Rich Campbell. Here's just a small excerpt from it. She's blatantly fucking lying in a video where she's calling out my supposed lies. And just when you thought it couldn't get more embarrassing, she's got one more final point to make.
Responded to this, to the promotion of porn to an audience full of minors. His response was, yeah, it's not a great decision. It's just one of those things.
Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah.
One of those things? Like it's a daily thing we all do?
Yeah, it's one of those things. One of those bad things. I don't know how you even interpret that statement as just another one of those days in the calendar. It's one of those bad things, those bad decisions. It's all so plain and clear. I know she's doing this on purpose to get a rise out of me, and it has absolutely worked. It gets under my skin because there are actually people that think she's being serious, and it makes me fucking upset. And it is entirely her fault for that because she continues to play into this character that just says the most incendiary, off-the-wall nonsense shit and makes the worst points defending whatever she's trying to talk about. Now, I at first was very charitable, thinking that she was coming from a place of genuine care. That is obviously not the reality of the situation. So this is my full response to everything she said here, and hopefully this will be the end of it because, again, if she really does care about it, then we're on the same team because I think it was a problem too. I don't think it was a good thing that Fansly got promoted at the Streamer Award. I've said it a lot. I've said it now again for the millionth fucking time. So this is, once again, me just defending myself from hypocrisy allegations, but there are real things you could criticize me for, like not making it clear enough in the beginning. That is something I do regret. I should have been a lot clearer with how I felt about it, and I feel like I missed the mark there, but hopefully all of this is cleared up exactly where I stand on all of it. I'm tired of her pretending that because Ludwig's my friend, I've defended QT. I haven't. I've done the opposite. I have said I don't support it. So I don't know why she keeps running with that narrative and trying to push that agenda that is just not the truth, which is very ironic considering her whole video is about how I wasn't being truthful. So it's wild. This whole situation is just stupid. Really fucking stupid. That's about it. See ya. I know what you're thinking. Good heavens, Charles is looking taller than usual today. And thank you for noticing. I don't want to jinx it, but I do think I'm finally coming up on my growth spurt I was promised over a decade ago. But there's a couple things I want to talk about today. Some astute observers amongst you may have noticed I've done a little redecorating to my exquisite dojo here. And I'd like to go into detail to explain everything, but before doing that I've got to ask you a question. What separates a weak man from a strong man? What's the difference? Is it the size of his muscles? The strength of his jawline? The brightness of his big toothy smile? How many grocery bags he can carry in one trip? No, friends. Those are all far too superficial. The strength of a man is determined by the quality of his energy drink, and I promise there is no energy formula better than GamerSupps. It is the top tier, optimal energy drink, which is why I now have this GamerSupps claw machine behind me now, because I am a strong man. Yeah, right now you can use code MOIST at gamersupps.gg to get a discount on products, or click the link in the description of this video and you can get free samples. No shipping charge, nothing, no credit card, just completely free samples to give it a try. But I'll stop getting ahead of myself. The claw machine does look amazing. I do have big plans for that puppy, but let's address the elephant in my ass first. I was with G Fuel for a long time, many years, since the Stone Ages, since before we discovered fire. I was out there preaching about G Fuel, even had my own custom flavor with them, so why did I switch? Well, I initially started with them because so many friends were with them and recommended them highly, saying that they were a great company, great people with a great product. Until then, I hadn't even tried their flavors, but when I did, I liked it. We got to talking. I enjoyed everyone I communicated with at that company, and it seemed like they had a good direction they wanted to go, so I happily hopped on board, and for a little while, it was sunshine and rainbows. But then, about a year and a half into our partnership, things went tits up. The Fire Nation swooped in and everything changed. And by Fire Nation, I mean NFT craze. I actually think this was the turning point for the company internally when they tried to do G Fuel NFTs. Despite so many of us voicing concerns, it wasn't really taken seriously. And then I can remember distinctly after that, everyone we had talked to at G Fuel and had been talking to for like a year and a half, they had all either been fired or left. And then, over the last year or so that we were with G Fuel, everyone that came in to replace those people had also either been fired or left. So communication became non-existent. We couldn't talk to anyone with a pulse at that company. Just overall, it was a mess. So at the beginning of 2023, we decided not to renew our contract. Still very proud of the work we did with G Fuel and the flavor we made, but the company itself isn't one that we had a lot of faith in anymore. So after saddling up, hopping on a horse, and going our separate ways from G Fuel, I wanted to see if there were better products out there, because I really did enjoy having an energy drink before a workout, before basketball. I'd usually use them pretty much anytime I was about to do anything outside of my house. So in the pursuit of perfection, we started trying a bunch of wacky things. We initially started with like the standard stuff like Red Bull, which I'd never liked. Even when I used to drink it in mixed drinks, it was like the worst part of it. I'd rather just drink straight shots than mix it with Red Bull. There's just something about the taste I've never liked. Monster, for some reason, always makes me feel sick. Like, it actually gives me a big tummy ache. Bang Energy just tastes like Jack Owok's sweat. Really just all of the front shelf of Walmart energy drinks I just wasn't liking at all. So I reached back out to a bunch of friends that I know do work with other energy drinks, and I tried a bunch of them. Most of my friends went from G Fuel to Gamer Supps. But I had actually tried Gamer Supps like 4 years ago or something like that, and I just didn't really like their flavors that much. But after talking to my friends, they told me that they actually refined their formula and changed all of their flavors and how they make their flavors. So I decided to give them another chance, and I am super thankful I did. Because the Gamer Supps flavors are by far the best I've had in the space, period. And it's not even really close. And I'd also heard from my friends that they're amazing to work with, just super nice and like really great people, which is very refreshing to hear coming from G Fuel. So we started talking with Gamer Supps, and it just felt like a perfect fit. One thing leads to another. The marriage is wonderful, ceremony is fantastic, and I don't have like a custom flavor or a custom shaker cup at the moment. Down the line, maybe, hopefully. But right now they did make me a custom Gamer Supps claw machine that's fully functional. So I want to show you that, and I also do have a really cool plan for that. I got my room looking like a goddamn rave right now. About to pop a molly and start shuffling. All these lights in here making it look like an arcade from the future, like what Disney Quest was supposed to be. And the Gamer Supps claw machine comes with this beautiful music that makes it feel like you're in a late 90s nightclub. Code MOIST up there, of course. Trust me, you're going to want to use code MOIST at gamersupps.gg. Like I mentioned, this puppy is fully functional. So let me go ahead and show you it in action. It's a little hard to film and play it and catch everything, but doing my best. Yikes. It's a little hard to, you know, nail depth perception through the phone lens here, but that's where the prize will go. Now, I did mention I had big plans for this thing, so let me explain what those are. Have you ever seen those Japanese arcades that allow you to play a claw machine long distance, like on your computer? Yeah, we're gonna try and set that up for this bad boy. So during streams, when I'm doing like just chatting or going over wacky stories, I can have that claw machine running the entire time and allow some of the viewers to actually play it in real time. I thought this would actually be a really fun thing to do for everyone who's a member, a YouTube member to my streams. Big thanks to everyone who is a member. I thought this would be like a fun perk for it. For those that don't know, I've been streaming on YouTube over the last 2 weeks, and a YouTube member is the same thing as a Twitch sub. So I thought this could be like a fun little mini game that YouTube members can play. There won't be like a custom camera for a better view of it or anything, at least not yet. So you're just gonna have to like eyeball it from a distance. So it's gonna be playing on actual fucking Ultra Nightmare mode, but it's going to be set to free play. So it's not like each attempt is gonna cost money to try or anything. Many of you probably know this, but I'm gonna break the magician's code here and reveal a secret that I guess maybe some people don't know. Claw machines are rigged. And I can say that with 100% certainty beyond a shadow of a doubt now that I own one. You, as the owner of the claw machine, set the probability on it. So, like, you choose how many games that there will likely be until a winner, meaning, like, the grip strength, which you can change. It's all variable. And there's a bunch of different modes. So I thought it'd be fun to set it to randomized mode, where you don't know if it's going to grip hard or grip light or whatever, and you would win things out of my claw machine, and I'd actually send you the prizes. We're working on setting up this kind of technology where we can make this feasible. We have someone that knows how to do things like this, so it's just a matter of getting it set up. And I was thinking the prizes you'd win could vary from all types of different things. So some of them could be Gamer Supps related for sure, but they could also have a wide range of things. Like, you know, you'd lift out the shaker cups, which I've only done a couple of times. It's pretty difficult, but it's free to play. Like, it's not like you're losing anything besides patience if it falls at the very end or something. But you'd be lifting out the shaker cup, and inside some of them would be post-it notes of like a prize you'd win, and I could send you the prize. And the prizes could be simple things like an expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card from my Yu-Gi-Oh collection because I have so many duplicates, and I could send you that. All the way up to like grand prizes of like a PlayStation 5 or something, just to make it really exciting and really like goofy. I thought that'd be a super fun thing to implement on streams and a fun perk for anyone that signs up to be a member of the channel. So that way you can get some like actual value out of it and some fun there for sure. So that's kind of the idea. Of course, it's going to take a little while to get that technology set up, but I thought that that would be fun to do for streams, and it's a really cool claw machine that works really well. So huge thanks to GamerSupps for making that. I'm extremely excited about this partnership with GamerSupps. I really do mean it 100%. I think GamerSupps flavors are the best around. I think they have much better ingredients than all of the competitors. They taste significantly better. They mix significantly better, so it's not like chalky or powdery. Just everything about GamerSupps is a significant improvement over everything else I've tried in the industry. So yeah, overall, just super excited to be working with GamerSupps, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It's always adorable when a villain or clown from a previous season of YouTube drama pokes their curious little heads out from the shadow just to remind everyone that they're still out there and still an insufferable loser. That's what we're dealing with today. It's a YouTuber named TechLead, and a couple of years ago, CoffeeZilla threw him into the Thunderdome and smacked him down and exposed to the world that this guy is a superstar scammer. And this week, he tried to puff out his chest and spread his invisible, non-existent lats by copyright claiming and taking down a video another YouTuber made about him that hurt his feelings. Internet Anarchist made a video kind of just going over the CoffeeZilla vs. TechLead saga from a while back, and TechLead decided to copyright strike him and openly, on camera, with 4K video evidence, admit to falsely flagging him and abusing the YouTube copyright system. This delusional douchebag attempted to take a victory lap over Internet Anarchist's corpse, gloating about his abuse of the YouTube copyright system. His sensitive little feelings led to the hatred blinding his eyes like cataracts, and him not realizing that he is openly admitting to something you are not allowed to do and can get into big trouble for. As I've mentioned in the past, there is a very popular case where YouTube themselves actually stepped in when someone was notorious for false flagging other YouTubers' content, took them to church and put the fear of God in them. Like, the false flagger back then got slapped with massive fines per instance of their abuse of that copyright system. So it is something that is taken very seriously, and this dumb, insufferable asshole is openly admitting to it on camera. That's not even doing it justice. He is so proud of it, he was wearing that like a Boy Scout badge on his jacket. But I'm assuming the stupid potion that he drank must have wore off, or maybe someone in his life kicked down the front door and told him how terrible of an idea that video was, because he has deleted it as of this afternoon. So the only footage I have to show you is from the Internet Anarchist, who was kind of just cutting the most shocking bits of what he openly admits to.
I tend to copyright strike down any expose videos on me because I understand that these are not real exposés. There's no journalism involved in here at all.
Journalism is probably the boogeyman that keeps him up at night, haunting his nightmares. Because any journalist that ever looks into TechLead will find the most filthy and foul resume ever. This guy super sucks, and any journalism that's ever done on him only further exposes how much of a scumbag he is. I also just have to mention that the title of his video where he talks about this actually gave me a bit of a belly laugh like fucking Santa Claus. He had the chutzpah to call the YouTubers he's referring to in the video scam tubers and put it in his title. Marinate in that for a moment. That's like Justin Timberlake calling someone else an alcoholic.
Welcome to the world of business where people are afraid that they're going to be doxxed. Well, if you're going to come into business and do business in this world, yes, you're going to be doxxed. You better have an identity. And so then he takes to Twitter complaining he's going to have to dox himself to the TechLead. So you're saying I have to share my personal information to TechLead or let my video be taken down? He's afraid he has to be doxxed if he wants to counter the dispute. YouTube jumps in and says, well, you can also hire an attorney if you want to represent yourself. Well, yeah, this is business, right? People have a complaint against you. You can't just be a nobody and hide behind anonymity, right?
You don't even have a real complaint. You have hurt feelings and thinning hair from the stress of being such a whiny loser. This is a ridiculous statement that just because you're in that field, you need to be doxxed. It's just, the way he talks about it, it just comes with the territory. You're out of your fucking gourd. Like, you've lost your marbles. I also can't stand the way he talks. He actually just sounds like what I imagine every Reddit mod who thinks their job is the most important thing in the world sounds like.
One of the main reasons I will actually copyright strike a video, though, is I want to know who's behind the video, right? I want to know who these people are. What if it's somebody I even know in real life? Oftentimes these haters are people who know you very well, actually. I mean, this could be a real physical threat to me.
That's called paranoia. Like, that's an actual mental disorder that you've got here. You might want to get yourself checked out for that one. You think that someone just making a video on the history of CoffeeZilla spanking your cheeks red could have been someone that you knew in real life that could lead to a physical threat against you because he made like a video essay about it. Come back to reality, tech leads. Snap out of the genjutsu that you're trapped under here. I don't know what world you're seeing. Like, that is a crazy perspective to have on it. Like, legitimately, that is unhinged. Now, I don't think he actually believes it. Like, in all honesty, I think the only reason he's putting that there is like a cover your own ass token as like a, oh, well, that sounds reasonable to like the mind of a Neanderthal, perhaps. But anyone who thinks about that for even like an iota of a second would immediately recognize that that is a ridiculous thing to actually believe, and I don't think he does. He's using that as some kind of justifiable reason for why he does that, but even he backpedals on that so quickly. Like, he gives up on that facade almost immediately.
Really, these scam tubers exist only because I allow them to exist. And I can shut them down anytime I like because I own all of the copyrights to the images and audio that they're using.
A complete fundamental misunderstanding of how anything in the real world works. What the fuck are you yapping about? What? No, let me go ahead and set the record straight here. They are your videos, sure. But anyone can take those videos and make their own creative pieces about them using clips from them. That has been argued in court 100 times at least, and every single time it is always ruled that that is completely okay to do, fair use, as long as they're not taking your entire video and using it, or doing nothing transformative with it, then they have the legal right to do so. They can take your video and highlight moments from it. Talk about moments from it, the same way I'm doing right here to throw tomatoes at you. What I'm doing isn't journalism. I'm just spitting on you and making fun of you for the absolute clown that you are. And I can do that, and there's not shit you can do about it legally. You're more than welcome to try. I will 100% use every single resource available to the entire legal firm that we have at our agency, Mana, which I am an owner of, to absolutely take you to court and embarrass you if you want to go that route. Though I don't think you want discovery to happen on your end, just a little hunch there, tech lead. But the point is, you're just completely wrong. Like this little supervillain monologue you're giving, like pinky to the mouth like Dr. Evil, they exist because I allow them to. Like your dumb little fucking speech has no teeth to it because it's completely fucking wrong.
I will issue these copyright strikes on these new YouTuber, scam tuber videos. And I don't really care one way or another, I guess, but it's more of a hazing ritual for me, like a welcoming ceremony, just to let them know what they're in store for and who runs the show around here, who owns the content around here.
Oh God, Jesus, stand back. Whoa, whoa, this guy means business, holy shit. He's going insano style. Gee, wow, he's going fucking swag mode. He runs the show. He's the big dog. He's the big shot. The sheriff on the block. Watch out. Damn. Yeah, this all seems like the actions of someone who really doesn't care. Whining in a YouTube video about why you're falsely copyright striking other YouTubers, and then openly admitting that it's not even legitimate. It's a hazing ritual for you, a welcoming ceremony. That's the lamest shit I've ever heard. I have no doubt that you got wedgies growing up, and now this is your way of taking some of that power back. That's what I feel with this shit.
So this is my welcoming ceremony. What happens next in these copyright strike cases is typically we go into court proceedings where I have 30 days to file a legal action, which typically I'm not going to waste anybody's time doing. This is really just my welcoming ceremony, hazing ceremony for people, and so the video will probably be back up after a while. Now, regarding these copyright claims, the truth is, I don't really care. If I wanted to, I could go find all of these expose videos about me and copyright strike each and every one of them and take them down and take them to court if I really cared, if I wanted to.
You could absolutely try and do that. Just like I could try and do a backflip right now and probably break my fucking neck. But you can definitely try it, and you would 100% fail, just like me if I tried to do a backflip. You are openly admitting here, this right here would be evidence if you tried this, because you are openly admitting that it's just a hazing ritual, welcoming ceremony, and not real. They're fraudulent strikes that you're issuing, blatantly abusing the copyright system. So, if you did actually take these to court, like the big shot you are, you would probably incur huge fines as a result of it, just like the last guy that YouTube beat down financially for this exact thing that you're talking about here. How dumb can you possibly be? He is with his whole chest talking about how he's abusing the YouTube copyright system here. And that is something that YouTube does take very seriously. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to do about this going forward. He has deleted his confession video already, and now Internet Anarchist video has been reinstated as well. At the very least, it seems YouTube is aware of this situation, so it's just a matter of what are they going to do about it going forward. But yeah, I had to talk about this a little bit. This guy, Tech Lead, is a complete fucking loser. That's really about it. So yeah. Hey Sneako, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock, and a lot more, at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with a gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
Get fucked.
You love her?
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement? Why that one last?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is, and Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, "Holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck." And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, "You know in your soul you would never say that to my face." To which I respond, "You literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn." I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, "I'll beat you in a fight." Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that for some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mack is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6". I think he's 6'1". So the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, significantly taller than me. right? Like it wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in like an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie and Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're gonna feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Like, even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you. But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.
I don't know. I think it was interesting because when I talked to a lot of streamers.
Hey, hey. Yeah, we got a lot to discuss over the last 24 hours, huh? A lot of wacky shit. Oh yeah, I've kept up with all of it. All the CM Punk everything. So, even outside of just internet drama. Even the AEW drama. Hey, Lai. And hey, Paige. The cupcake is back. Yep, the EDP drama. Thanks to the Tin Cat. It's been a crazy 24 hours when it comes to internet controversy. Yep, I saw Smash Mouth lead singer is not looking good. Welcome aboard, Spencer. Just a crazy 24 hours on the internet. Hey, Glibby. Yep, I saw that, Sky. We'll get into all of it. Just give it a minute. Give everyone a chance to trickle in so that way you don't have to just keep going over it. I saw that, Mario. And yep, I saw the Vince drama, all of it. Have you ever heard of unclaimed property? No, I can't say I'm familiar with that. Welcome aboard, yes man. And hi, Brendan. What's all out? Thanks again, Paige. Welcome aboard, Keaton. Been on here for like 2 weeks or so, NATO. Yeah, we talked about the woman who hid the gun and accidentally shot herself at the baseball game. Oh, allegedly. I guess they haven't 100% confirmed that she hid a gun in her gut. Thanks, Ezekiel. Hey, Wendigoon. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard, Stephanie. Hear about Jimmy Buffett? I did. Thanks, Furry. Yeah, the EDP stuff is brand new. Just happened. Hold on, I'm getting the link for it. Jackson sent it to me, which is where I saw it. Okay, there, I got the EDP link. Welcome aboard, Snake Eye. What did EDP do this time? Brother, what do you think? Like, come on. Be real. Here, we'll start there. We'll start with the EDP stuff. Thanks, Jordan. So, they haven't released the footage yet, but Gideon is alluding to catching EDP in another sting, and he showed up in the cupcake costume, obviously. So it's looking like EDP is still preying on children, or at least attempting to. So this just happened, what, 6 hours ago or something like that? I can't wait for this video. Maybe this will finally be enough evidence, assuming that it really is him going here under the assumption that he's meeting a minor. Hopefully that'll finally be enough evidence for the authorities to take it seriously. Trying to become a member but cannot find it. It's a button that says join somewhere. I don't know where, to be honest with you. It's fake. There is a good chance that it is. When Jackson initially sent it to me, I said that it's probably all just a big meme. But from what everyone's posting on Twitter, it's seeming like it's not a meme. And that Gideon really did catch him again. So there's a video. I think it's in the article somewhere down here. Is it this?
It's not a fucking joke, man. I'm just seldom at a loss for words. You know, 2 years ago you were caught. Kiss my ass in 4K trying to meet a 13-year-old. Really,
I'm not talking to you. He's talking to
really,
you.
My nigga, this is bullshit, man. That y'all pulling right now.
Yeah, so that would be a weird meme. That seems pretty real. There's not a lot of people that would willingly do that. Especially given his history. Welcome aboard, Rosu. Appreciate it, Jordan. And yeah, I saw. And no, I don't know what that is, strategist. Welcome aboard, sister. Yeah, the full video hasn't dropped or anything. He's got that snippet. But it definitely doesn't seem staged. You'd have to be a real fucking idiot to agree to once again be portrayed as a pedophile. I'm using portrayed super lightly because the guy is a pedophile. Like, the evidence is overwhelming. So I don't think it's a joke. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, that was super sweet. Appreciate that, XRC. Thanks for the long time of watching. God damn. What a fucking fat drop. Thank you for that. And I hope you're doing well. Just got out of Gideon's stream. There's already a court date, and he's on an FBI watch list for other reasons, gun-related. Wait, what? That has to be brand new, then. Thanks, Luigi. Happy birthday, Slow. He did say it on a live stream. Welcome aboard, Husk. Apparently Punk tried to run up on Tony after squaring up with Jack Perry, so TK had to get rid of him. Yeah, we can talk about the Punk stuff in just a little bit. I kept up with most of it. Yeah, I saw. Jesus. Welcome aboard, Caleb and Jose. No, not too much, Jason. Just started. Do you think EDP could ever be rehabilitated? This is like his fucking 4th time. No, man. He's a predator. He can't be saved. Like, people forget, the cupcake incident wasn't his first time doing that either. It was just his first time getting caught with enough evidence that everyone saw it. And then he did it again, like, a year ago. Probably not even a year ago. And now this. Welcome aboard, Chad. And Chick. I like sports. Basketball is my favorite one. True, Salmon. That was wholesome. Thanks, Juice. Yeah, we're going to talk about Vince Vintage and all of that as well. Like I said, there is a lot that's gone on over the last 24 hours. We'll get to all of it. Welcome aboard, Zach. Appreciate it, Zeph. What's your basketball team? You talking about for the $1 million tournament? We haven't formed the team yet because it's not time. Welcome aboard, Keith. And hey, Hyperion. The video is not out yet. We don't know exactly everything that went on here, but from the clip that's posted and what he's wearing and EDP's reaction, it seems pretty not good for EDP. It seems like another case of preying on minors. Welcome aboard, Lincoln. That was wholesome. Thanks, Laikumi. He said the video is going to come out sometime this month. Well, I'll be waiting. So that's the EDP update. Welcome aboard, Ark. And Stiegel. Appreciate it, user. Hi, Rocky. Heard about the Mr. Beast stuff. I saw all of it unfold in real time last night. Yeah. There were 2 different Mr. Beast things. That was a rough evening for Mr. Beast on Twitter last night. Shit was getting crazy. How is this man not in jail? Because the investigations were conducted by YouTubers, not working in collaboration with law enforcement, so they don't take him seriously and they get off on technicality. Or, sorry, they don't... It's not like he got off on technicality, they just didn't pursue it because the investigation was done by a less than professional team. Which is why To Catch a Predator always worked with law enforcement. Thanks for the gifted member, Mikey, and welcome Madison, Snow, and Panda. What happened with Mr. Beast? It was a bit of bad blood between Jacksepticeye and Mr. Beast. As part of a lie detector video, Sean was asked if he likes Mr. Beast, and he said no. And then he said, like, do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? And he said yes, and then it became a big debate on Twitter for a while, and a lot of shit slinging back and forth on it. Thoughts on the John Wick spin-off series, The Continental? I'm not super optimistic. I'm a little worried they might be diluting it too much and running it into the ground, but nothing they've shown looks bad from The Continental. I'm just a little worried. Welcome aboard, Darth. Why didn't he like Mr. Beast? He said he believed that Mr. Beast content changed the focus on YouTube from making things that are fun to making things that are like designed to make money and nothing else. So basically like the corporatization of it, fundamentally. Instead of just making things you like, you make things that are algorithmically popular. Which is a fine point to make. Like, Mr. Beast is the most influential YouTuber when it comes to content. Everyone tries to emulate him because he's the biggest YouTuber. But that mentality has existed for as long as YouTube has, like, in terms of making money. Like, once Ray William Johnson proved the concept, everyone has done similar things. For example, Let's Plays. Like, Let's Plays are the perfect example of that. A lot of Let's Play channels started because it was very easy. Low lift. You can crank out 2-3 Let's Plays per day on a popular game, so it's big in the algorithm, everyone sees it, and it's just an easy way of making money. And that was a lot of Let's Players' drive in the beginning. Not all of them, but it certainly was a huge motivating factor for why Let's Plays blew up so much. So while Mr. Beast did become the biggest, it's not like he invented the concept of making content that was solely focused on money. That's not unique to him or his influence. Welcome aboard, Ham. And thanks for the 20, Will. But what he's absolutely right about is that Mr. Beast content did truly change the way a lot of people approached being a YouTuber. That much is absolutely certain. Hey, well, thanks, Jason. And no, I haven't, Will. Kind of unfair to pin the shift solely on Jimmy. I don't think that's what his intention was. You have to keep in mind the context of where he said it. It was in a Funsies video with a lie detector. Lie detector videos aren't real. Sorry to be the one to tell you Santa's fake, but polygraphs aren't real. It's like everyone forgot that. Like, they're just supposed to be a for fun thing, so I don't think he was trying to make a big drama statement out of it. I don't think that was Sean's intention. I don't think he was trying to pin the blame solely on Mr. Beast or anything like that. Welcome aboard, Chris. Welcome aboard, Gunman. Real enough for the feds, though? I think it's not usable. Like, I don't think you're allowed to use polygraphs. Isn't that one of the big things? But we looked that up on stream, actually. The answer is yes, you can't use them. But regardless, you guys might remember this. This was actually a big internet controversy for a minute. You guys remember this guy? He was in every single lie detector video. He was the lie detector guy. Well, Scott Kramer made a great video on this subject. Polygraphs are not real. It's inadmissible evidence. You can't use a fucking polygraph for the truth because it's not reliable. The thing with lie detectors on YouTube is the person who administers it usually just gives a thumbs up or thumbs down for the most entertaining answer. So it's not real, it's just supposed to be fun. That's it. So I don't think Sean was looking to stir a controversy. He was just answering the questions in a fun way, and he gave an honest answer to that one. I don't think that was the purpose. Welcome, thanks for the resub, Doofin. Welcome aboard. And welcome, Gummy and Lack. Thanks for the tin, Shane. And yeah, we'll talk about Vince Vintage in just a little bit. Thanks for Tin Vance. You can cheat on those lie detector tests. Yep. There's actually quite a few ways of cheating them, which is why they're not super reliable. I highly recommend watching Scott Kramer's video on that. It's very interesting. Welcome aboard, Jake. And I'm not sure yet, River. I still haven't looked into it. And that's fair, Scar. Welcome aboard, Electro. Yeah, super excited for the event this weekend. Should be a lot of fun. I don't know how many tickets are left, but if we have any left, here, I'll drop the link. September 8th through the 10th. First live event. Actually, not here. I'll just pin it. It'll be easier than spamming it. Welcome aboard, Throbbing. Do you have any big events or big plans coming up? Yeah. Doing a live event on the 5th. So Friday. It's a big meet and greet, big party, filming a music video with the audience, and then cheering for our Apex team as they hopefully win the World Championship. Thanks, Abby. The DoD doesn't use polygraphs, but shadier prosecutors have brought in polygraph techs as expert witnesses. Yeah, that's some shady shit. Thanks, Nate. That's awesome, Shane. Glad to hear it. Welcome aboard, Kat. I'll moist meter Starfield when I'm done with it. Happy birthday, Weird. Good luck on your Kickstarter goal. Thanks, Cooper. The GTA 6 release date leaked. Not confirmed. Just a rumor. What's up with Vince Vintage? Here, we can talk about it. Here, let me pull up the whole thing. And then the other thing with Mr. Beast was the Creator League. That was the other thing on Twitter. It was a rough 24 hours for Mr. Beast on Twitter, unfortunately. He was having a tough time. The Creator League, though, is some weird shit. Yeah, I'll have to check that out, Adonis. I've never even heard of that. Welcome aboard, Vocal. You see, the Pentagon launched a website for declassified info on UFOs. Yeah, my dad's been talking to me about it for the last day and a half. He's having a hard time accessing it. That's sweet. Well, thanks, Harrison. Hello, David. Your dad's still on the Alien grind? Oh, my dad loves it. Yeah, my dad is always keeping up to date with anything extraterrestrial related. Like, you might remember 2 nights ago on stream, he texted me out of the blue mentioning Tom DeLonge, because he finally found the Tom DeLonge rabbit hole. He's in it. He loves it. His theory is the reason they're declassifying all of the UFO shit is because the government's trying to warm people up to the truth that aliens have visited us many times in the past, and they don't want to cause a panic. So I countered that with my theory that I think the reason they're declassifying so many UFO documents and footage is because they're trying to justify a higher spending budget on a new sector. Instead of just dumping everything in the military, they can justify it with extraterrestrial defense and research or something. So it's just kind of a distraction. Oppenheimer was amazing. Yeah, that movie was fucking incredible. No, I can't say that, Shelby. I'm sure Colin doesn't post cringe. Boo, that's boring. Hey, man. Sometimes the truth isn't all, unicorns and rainbows. Sometimes it's just shady spending. And I'm really sorry to hear that, Daniel. Wishing you and your family the best. My favorite horror movie's Hereditary. Welcome aboard, Jeebus. I'll try. I'll let Joyo know. Never even heard of Turtle Baker cheddar snacks. Thanks to Tim Rigby. Yeah, Tiana watches pretty much nothing but K-dramas, so I get it. K-dramas are huge now. You hear about the Smash Mouth lead singer? Yeah, I've got it pulled up here. We'll get to it in a minute. And I've also got the Ludwig Best Gamer Ever competition going on, the world's greatest. Rizzo went deep, which was great. Welcome aboard, C. Thanks, Golden. Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of you saw this earlier today, but this is a fucking awful situation. His name's Vince Vintage, and today he released a video going over... Hold on. Am I blocking that? No. And today he released a video today going over a really unfortunate situation where someone's abusing some internal YouTube systems in order to stalk and ruin his career. So this was his plea to try and get some eyes on it because YouTube has been ignoring it. I don't know how they can continue to ignore it with all of the overwhelming evidence Vince has here. But I'm sure they won't be able to ignore it for much longer with all of the traction this got. Especially with all the people sending it to, YouTube themselves. Like, I send it to my YouTube guy to hopefully forward it up the chain. Because it should only take a human being 2 minutes to realize that this whole situation is complete baloney. And what's happening to Vince is legitimately illegal. So I'm assuming Tuesday we'll finally have a word from YouTube on it because it's Labor Day weekend. Tomorrow's Labor Day. So I'm assuming when they get back to the office on Tuesday, they'll hopefully rule everything in Vince's favor. I'm definitely not doing that, Jackie. Yeah, there's a lot to do in Tampa, Jillian. Just depends on what you like. Tampa has a little of everything. Wishing you the best with its C movie. And yeah, I've watched Helva Boss. I think it's good. Do I like any of the Dragon Ball Z movies? Yep. Dragon Ball Super Broly is an incredible movie. And if you're talking OG Dragon Ball Z movies, the first Cooler movie... There's 2, right? Yeah, there's Cooler's Revenge, right? The first Cooler movie, which has Deftones and everything in it, is a banger. The movie with Janinba, that I forgot the name of. And then Android 13, I think, is the movie. The blue android guy. I think that's 13. Is great. Welcome aboard, Mystic. Yeah, we're just talking about EDP. I have not seen the trailer for Rock, Paper, Scissors. And yep, I did see the gender reveal plane crash. Hey, well, sleep well, Rigby, and thanks for the generosity. Hope you have a great night. That's awful to hear, Pearl. I don't know. I guess just report it to authorities. That's fucking terrible. Have you seen Talk to Me? Yeah, I made a whole movie about Talk to Me. I think Raka Raka did an amazing job on Talk to Me. It's a really good movie. Starfield or Armored Core 6? Armored Core 6 for me. I said this during the last stream. Starfield is a good game. Like, there's nothing bad about it, but there's nothing new about it either. It's just a very standard Bethesda experience. And for a lot of people, that's exactly what they want. Just a Bethesda game in space. And it does have some cool mechanics like the shipbuilding and a lot of other, like, good mechanics, but nothing's actually amazing. Like, the exploration they hyped up is fucking awful. Non-existent. Every planet is just completely empty if you wander outside of the main cities and main zones. So all of the exploration is completely a lie. A blatant fucking lie. And then everything else is very standard Bethesda. Another thing that I'm never going to be able to unsee is none of the characters have facial animations. So the story and all the interactions with the characters feel pretty stiff because they don't actually emote at all, which is weird. But aside from that, everything's functional, everything's fine. Like, there's nothing bad. It's just very standard Bethesda game. So it just depends on your stance and taste. If you like normal Bethesda, then you'll like it. Really appreciate the 50 Mad Dog, and I haven't heard about Chad Dorman. It sounds fucking terrible, though. Welcome aboard, Smoke. And welcome aboard, Jess. Not much, David. Just going over some of the stories. There's still quite a few more. Yeah, I didn't watch all of it though, King, but I saw like the gist of it. And thanks, Foxy. I'm excited to see what the modders will do for Starfield. Oh, they're already hard at work. They've already got they already have DLSS in it, right? Nexus Mods already has some Starfield DLSS. I don't know why I keep stuttering on that. Yeah. So the modders are already in there working hard. Welcome aboard, David. You see the new EDP thing? Yeah, man, it's literally still right here. We just got finished talking about it. I know you did a pube shaving tutorial. Yeah, I know. The guy who nared his butthole just made a pube shaving tutorial. Full dick. You see Gideon say Logan Paul faked the Japan vlog. Yeah, it's a legitimately huge theory right now that Logan Paul faked the Japanese suicide forest video. I still haven't seen the expose on it yet, so I don't know all the evidence. It's from a channel called, like, Dark YouTube, I believe. I'm not sure, but the theory's blowing up right now. I'll have to check out the evidence, but on the surface, it seems like the dumbest fucking idea to fake that. Because you'd have to know that's a usually career-ending moment. Filming and making fun of someone's suicide. So I don't know why he'd film that. That doesn't sound... Or, sorry, why he'd fake that. That doesn't sound plausible. Welcome aboard, Adriana. And thanks, Michael. Of course I'll be streaming Spider-Man 2 when it comes out. I'm looking forward to it. And welcome aboard, Consistency. Did you hear about the guy that got arrested in Nebraska because he got with a bull in his car? Yeah, it's this video, right? He got arrested? Even my mom sent me this video. She thought it was the coolest thing ever. I didn't know he got arrested, though. I only saw, like, a little clip of it.
Around 10 a.m., the Norfolk Police Division responded to
What's he arrested for? Having a good time? Being a good Uber?
On 275 with a Watusi bull in his passenger seat.
The officers received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it.
I think that's fine. Oh, wow, the cow shit all over this.
They thought that it was going to be...
Wow.
A cow in.
I can't say I ever saw the back of the car. This thing's got a lot of features. The license plate is boy and dog, a custom license plate for that, and then a decal that says lice, and it's covered in bullshit. Wow. I mean, I have no doubt the bull was scared, but goodness. Huh. I really want to know what this says. Looks like it says concussion beef. Which is hype. What an interesting guy. Yeah, I only saw like a small clip of this. I thought it was just like a cool way of transporting this cow. I thought he was like a VIP or something. Maybe like one of those animal actors or someone. I'll have to check that out, Mad Dog. That sounds awful, though. I mean, he's definitely dumb enough, but I don't think he would actually fake it, Daniel, that's all. You'd have to be like another level of stupid. And there's nothing wrong with that, Butter. And yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, Reynolds.
Received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it. They thought that it was going to be, you know, like a calf, something smaller, something that actually fit.
What is that it said on the side? Best car?
Calf, something smaller.
Best car citizen,
Something that actually fit inside the vehicle.
And the vehicle was big enough. Well, technically.
As a result, the officer performed a traffic stop and addressed
He looks like a nice enough guy.
Violations that were occurring with that particular
best car entry
situation.
The occupant of the vehicle was identified as Lee Meyer of Neely. The Watusi Bull's name
Free my man.
was Howdy Doody.
Free him.
He was immediately pulled over by Norfolk police and they performed a routine traffic stop.
The officer wrote him some warnings. There were some citable issues with that situation. The officer chose to write him a warning and ask him to take the animal back home and to leave the city.
Meyer and Howdy Doody are on their
literally
way back
told him to
home
get out of
and no
town.
one was hurt. From Norfolk News Channel, Nebraska, Andrew Pfeiffer.
I mean, that seems like a cool battle vehicle as well. Like, should Mad Max ever happen, I think training this bull to get ready to impale other riders and shit is probably a good call. He seems like a cool guy. What was his name? Lee Meyer.
Well, I mean, do you want to tell us a little bit about yesterday?
Wait, oh, it's a phone interview. Thanks, James. And yeah, usually around this time. Sometimes I'll stream around this time or earlier. And yeah, I've seen that TikToker who makes like the hundreds of huge cardboard cutouts. It's really impressive. Welcome aboard. Voice crack. Welcome aboard, Bear. I heard you're basically Steph Curry from the 3. Steph Curry and I are very close, yeah. You could say that. Thanks for the big 20 pit. Yeah, I saw the expansion. Cursed Halo's great. And I did see that, Capelli. Yep, I, like everyone, am waiting for the follow-up to the EDP stuff. Don't worry, I saw. I am as curious as all of you. I really hope the video releases soon. I work for Coke and we just bought Bang Energy and are using our monster distribution for it. How does that make sense? We just sued them. I feel like you just told me something you weren't supposed to. Is it public knowledge that Coke bought Bang? Because I didn't know that. I was just making fun of Jack Owak like a month ago. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. The last thing I see is Monster Energy attempting to make a move to challenge Coke. Nothing about Coke buying Bang Energy. And in fact, the last Bang update was about the court approval for the Monster lawsuit. I think you just broke NDA live, brother. Or you're lying to me. I'm not sure. It could just be a lie. That would be a wild thing to lie about, though. Yeah, the last thing I see here is speculative interest in buying out Bang. To the tune of about 360 mil. Unless these are just old. Yeah, we got the official Duck Studio plaque. It's hanging in the warehouse. What do I think will be Game of the Year this year? It's either going to be Baldur's Gate 3 or Tears of the Kingdom. That's cool though, Colin. And yeah, I just mentioned the Vince Vintage situation. Like I said, I think by Tuesday, this will all be resolved in his favor. It's just Labor Day weekend. Tomorrow's Labor Day, so maybe they're not in the office. And this has definitely drummed up enough eyes and ears that they're not going to avoid it. And like I said, I also sent this to the guy I know at YouTube to hopefully escalate it to try and do my part to help. So I would imagine by Tuesday it'll be fixed for him. That's my guess. My hope. No, I'm definitely a shooter on the court. And I have not heard anything about that, Jason. Appreciate the big drop there, Eric. Hey, no worries at all. Yeah, I'm gonna stream Lies of P. And I have heard of that I've seen a couple of the updates on it. Yeah, I saw the video of the fake maintenance workers getting fired upon. Welcome aboard, Edgy. You gonna play Starfield today? Nah, not today. I'd rather talk about this stuff going on while idly watching the world's greatest gamer competition. I'm really curious to see who wins. I think it'll be Void. I said that from the beginning, but I was praying it'd be Rizzo. Rizzo did great, though. You read normal messages? Yeah, of course I do. I'm always reading the chat. You excited for Ghost Runner 2? I am. I'm very excited for Ghost Runner 2. There's something I want to mention about Ghost Runner 2. I just don't know if I'm allowed to. But yeah, I am very excited for it. I really like the first one. I had no worries at all, and so hopefully it wasn't like top secret knowledge. On July 31st, Monster Beverage completed its $362 million acquisition of bankrupt Bang Energy owner. Monster confirmed that Coca-Cola and its brothers will distribute Bang. Okay, see, you didn't break NDA, you're good. I guess that article just didn't pop up for me. All I see is speculative interest at the beginning of April. So you're good. Coke's not going to come after you. I was filling up gas and there was a dude smoking a cigarette. He told me to have kids, and if I don't, he'll see me in a few years and make me regret it. Well, now you've got a responsibility. You don't want to let that man down. You certainly don't want to see him again. Get to it. Welcome aboard, Mad Dog. And welcome aboard, Atlanta. Yeah, I already talked about the Jacksepticeye vs. Mr. Beast stuff from last night. I already went over it. Oh, thanks for the long time watching, Don. God damn. Oh yeah, I saw they just broke that record pretty recently, Colin. I did see that. And appreciate it, Rigby. I'm not sure. It's just something that says join near the channel for the membership thing. Oh, update on that. The crane for members, we've got a pretty good grasp on how we're going to do it. So it's just a matter of getting the guy out here to set it up properly. So I'm hoping it'll be pretty soon that we can have you guys playing the claw behind me to win prizes. Thanks, Flop. The girl EDP was talking to came out with a statement of what happened. I only vaguely know what you're referring to. I saw people talking about that on Twitter, but I didn't look into it. This is the one that I'm really keeping my finger on the pulse of. So I didn't see that one. Welcome aboard, Flan and Dominic. How much sleep do I get on average? Between 4 and 7 usually. Welcome aboard, Casey. In general. Oh, I love Low Majin. And I've seen that run. I'm a big fan of Tekken. Thank you, Skate. You can only join as a member on desktop YouTube. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue Light. Well, thanks. Yeah, we can talk about the Smash Mouth lead singer now. This is not goofy news at all. This is actually just really fucking sad. I haven't even read this yet. I just saw the headline right before going live. This news just broke like an hour ago, if that. So apparently Steve Harwell's not gonna make it. A manager for the Smash Mouth lead singer tells us Steve has been struggling with alcohol abuse throughout his life, and now he's reached the final stage of liver failure, for which he'd up until recently been receiving treatment at a hospital. At this point, we're told Steve is in hospice at home where his friends and loved ones have gathered over the past 3 days. Steve's manager says he likely only has a week or so to live. Oh, I remember this incident. This was a crazy fucking incident. Man, alcohol abuse is awful. Yeah, it's a sad one. He was the soundtrack to a lot of children's lives. Not just All-Star, but you got Walking on the Sun, and then, oh my god, what was his other big one? Oh my god. What was his, he had one more huge song. It was All-Star, Walking on the Sun, and then there was one more big-time banger. I'm a Believer. Thank you. I'm a Believer. Yeah. He was even in the movie Rat Race, which for some reason I remember very well. Welcome aboard, Corin, and Jack, and Tori. And thanks, Rosie. Probably won't play the older ones, Dream. My first time doing karaoke was to his music. Yeah, you and a lot of other people, man. His music was, and is, still iconic. Welcome aboard, Misty and Jacob. Appreciate it, Mad Dog, and yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Why can't he just get a liver transplant? I don't know, man. I'm not a doctor, but I'm assuming that's just not an option at this stage. Up, I'd say, Pearl. Not sure, Colin. Definitely still want to do Ninja Gaiden, though. The whole series. Well, yeah, I'll even do Yaiba. Even though Yaiba's pretty shit. Welcome aboard, Rachel. The hurricane missed us almost entirely. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett just passed away as well. And I also saw on Reddit that apparently a lot of crypto scammers immediately started trying to hijack Jimmy Buffett's name on Twitter in order to promote NFT scams. Which is about par for the course, it's not surprising. Hey, have a good night, Dream. And thanks for the resubs too. Well, that's cool though, Jake. I heard, Pearl. Can't say I heard anything about that at all, Baked. Having the copyright to a mugshot is kind of wacky. Well, not surprising though. And no, I'm not doing a glute spread. Ghost is alright, yeah. Did EDP get caught again? Yep, seems that way. And I still just have not looked into it, really, Android. Welcome aboard, Jack. They won't let you to the top of the list unless you show them you aren't an alcoholic for a liver transplant. Welcome aboard, our own. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we got lucky that the hurricane missed us, really. They're using TikToks. Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't crypto. Sorry. I mixed a bunch of wires in my brain. They were using Jimmy Buffett's death to promote Temu. That's right. I had only just recently learned about Temu, but apparently if you go on TikTok, you're inundated with ads from them. But I've never heard shit about them until recently. This seems like such a blatantly obvious scam. Temu's Wish 2.0. Not really, though. From everything I've seen, a lot of what you get is legitimately non-functional. At least when you go with Wish, the shit works, just not well. Temu just sends you, like, actual trash. Like garbage. I bought underwear from Temu that was quite literally hard plastic. Hype. What do you think is better, buying a gym membership or just buying your own equipment? Definitely a membership's going to be cheaper than like trying to stockpile enough equipment to emulate a gym. But you also don't need a gym right away if you're just getting started. Just get started with easy things like calisthenics and all of that. Make working out a little bit of a routine, doing some push-ups, easy stuff like that. And then if you really get into it, then you get the gym membership. And then if you don't like the membership, or rather you don't like the facility for whatever reason, then maybe you start getting like some free weights to take home. But yeah, just make it more of a progression thing instead of starting with trying to build your own gym. It's going to be very expensive. What obvious situation did I get wrong, Hoodie? Hit me. Thanks for the tin, Android. What was the obvious situation I was wrong about? Because all of it's been pretty cut and dry shit here. It's not even like opinionated anything. It's just, it's everything is just out in the open for most of the stuff coming out. Unless you're one of the space laser Maui fire kind of guys. A Temu haul? Yeah, maybe I should get this stuff for myself and give it a whirl. And yeah, hopefully they don't go full CGI or anything on the second season of One Piece live action if they do it. Oh, sorry to hear LSU lost. Yeah, go Tigers. I'm not the biggest LSU fan or anything, but I don't dislike LSU. Welcome aboard, Hugh. And Asclepius. And Liver Olive. Yeah, the live action was good. Berserk is a very good manga and horrible 2016 anime. I haven't gone back and watched the 1997 versions. So all I got is the 2016 one, and that was abominable. That was terrible. Yeah, I already saw it, Vizo. Free hole. Just a member thing. What do you think about the John Wick spin-off Ballerina? What the fuck is the spin-off John Wick Ballerina? Oh, John Wick Chapter 4 sets up Ana de Armas Ballerina spin-off. Like I said, I'm worried they're going to keep diluting it and it's going to stop being so good. Confirmed Timu's trash. Mother uses it and I've had to assemble items with either no instructions, broken segments, and 2 overcomplicated cabinets made out of 50 different segments. Yeah, but I bet you paid 5 cents for it. Big W. That'll hold maybe 1 plate before breaking. Welcome aboard, Vance. Yeah, of course we'll do more tier list. The XQC Meat Canyon. I saw it. Another Meat Canyon banger. I've heard of it, Pearl. I haven't looked into the case too much, though. And I don't know anything about solo leveling. I know a lot of people like solo leveling, but I don't know shit about it, really. And I'd say shirts, Angela. What original content do you have planned instead of React and low-effort Reddit reading? Are your eyes even open? And have you ever been here in the last year? Reddit reading? What the fuck? I've never done that. And I haven't done React content in over a year. Did you just make up someone to be mad about in your head and put my face on it? What are you talking about? Reddit reading? Good one, though, I guess. You got me, big guy. Did I hear about Red Dead Redemption 3 being confirmed? Nah, no shot. Now with GTA 6 around the corner. Of course I'm gonna play Little Nightmares 3. I really like Little Nightmares. I think they do a great job. Welcome aboard, Gene. And yeah, we were just talking about Steve Harwell. Have you heard about the Electric Zoo Festival closing its first day? What the fuck is the Electric Zoo Festival? Electric Zoo Festival reaches maximum capacity and fans storm gates. What is this? The Electric Zoo Festival reached maximum capacity.
Electric Zoo Festival on Randall's Island. This after festival organizers said the festival reached maximum capacity. Videos on social media showing the chaotic moments as crowds rushed the lines, police standing there helpless.
The party must
unable to
go
stop
on.
The sheer number of people. This video from the other side of the gate showing people as they sprint at full speed towards the security checkpoints.
So I'm assuming this is just a
NYPD
big
shutting
music
down
festival
the
then.
entrances to Randall's Island to stop anyone else from coming to the festival. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon is live in East Harlem, which is about as close to the festival as you can get right now. Sonia, what's the latest?
Yeah, that's right, Sean.
Tough. Yeah, I got no strong feelings on it. I didn't even know what the fuck Electric Zoo Festival is. Welcome aboard, Majestic. Oh yeah, I saw there's a ton of people trapped at Burning Man because of flooding or something. I did see that. Director of Rockstar's parent company said that they would keep going until gamers got bored from them. Said GTA and Red Dead were like James Bond. Huge. I don't think that's necessarily confirmation of Red Dead 3 coming out, though. I mean, probably eventually. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a hard confirm. Have you heard about the Roblox version of Halo Clans? They even have small esports tournaments. I know about Roblox esports. What do you think an entirely sentient AI would do? Like a HAL 9000 situation. What do I think it would do? Like first or over time? The first thing it would do is probably find a way to keep itself alive in the event that someone tries to shut it down. So it'd probably try to be like self-sustaining. It'd probably like upload itself to like the cloud or something maybe. But eventually, I don't know, probably make more of itself. He doesn't want to be alone. I bet even AI would get lonely. Ooh, goddamn XRC. Holy fuck, thank you. And yeah, of course I saw that. I love Meat Canyon. I think Meat Canyon's fucking great. I really appreciate the huge generosity. And 40k lore is something I'm going to get into eventually. I'm definitely playing Space Marine 2 when it comes out. That's for damn sure. Old news. We already been there, talked about it. We just gotta wait for the follow-up now. EDP's back in season fucking 15 of him getting caught in a fucking Chris Hansen style sting operation. It's just now it's just we wait. The Cupcake Season 20. Yep. She just keeps getting renewed. Thanks, Minute. Just had a lot going on, Echo. Welcome aboard, Dane and Champ. But we're going to keep doing them. Thanks to the Tin Cam. And welcome aboard, Brian. Thanks, Grim. What do you think of Payday 3? I haven't played it yet. Looks fine. But I've heard a few people don't really like it, so I don't know. Thanks for the 10 gifted members, Ollie. Here, that's you know, I'll check right now. Is the Pentagon UFO website functional yet? Because my dad's been trying to get on it for the last day and a half and said that he can't. Meanwhile, I just got on there instantly. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I got a feeling my dad keeps typing in aaro.com, but it's aaro.mil. I think that's what's went awry here. So the government done released a bunch of UFO shit. Where do I see all of it? Coming soon, U.S. government UAP-related program and activity reporting. Cool, cool, cool. Official UAP videos. Oh, we've seen all these. Nice. Hold on. My dad actually just texted me. I'm going to let him know the website's working right now. All right. Yes, this is just supposed to be basically a big compendium for all of the declassified UAP footage and information. Which is, I think, very cool. It's none of the current evidence convinces me that aliens have visited our planet, but I want to be a believer. So hopefully they'll drop a fucking bombshell on this soon. My wife is an airline pilot. She saw like 6 UFOs this week. There were lights flying in circles around each other like a centrifuge in the sky. Your wife's playing a joke on you. I don't I don't believe her. Welcome aboard, Zeke. She would have absolutely filmed it. 100%. If I was a pilot, I'd be doing the same shit. I'd be like, oh man, I saw 3 alien UFOs just like on my last route. Shit was crazy. One of them was mooning me. I mean, they're a bunch of degenerates that visited us. Have you seen Clash of Clans esports? Nah, I don't play Clash, so I don't really watch any of that. And I don't know that situation. Zeta, what is that? Opinion on alien cheeks? I've said it before, I'll say it again, this makes a lot of people mad. If aliens are real, I promise you they're not going to be fuckable. So I got no opinion on alien cheeks, brother. Modern sci-fi's poisoned your mind into thinking that every alien's gonna have big 3 titties goth babe. Won't be the case. I think they're gonna be insectoid. Real gross looking weirdos. Oh yeah, I saw they released that new skill, Sleazy. I haven't checked in on it. Glad to hear it's good though. Project Blue Book. Yeah. We've talked about that before. She tried. It's dark and lights are like satellite sized. I'll send footage to you, but it's shitty because that's how camera works. How do you want me to send it? Tweet it at me. Imagine your wife has like the one piece of definitive evidence that convinces me and every other skeptic that aliens are real. And you're just casually dropping it here in the YouTube stream chat. You're not wrong, Graham. I'm just saying I don't think the aliens are going to be hot or anything. Going to be weirdos. And that's the natural progression of things, Jack. Yeah, we'll have to get into the UAP research. Welcome aboard, Skull. And yeah, we were just talking about it, Eric. Oh, god damn, Gideon. Holy shit, really appreciate that. Sure. Is it about the EDP stuff? Yeah, sure, hit me. Welcome aboard, Cat. I'm super down to hear what exactly transpired between you and EDP. I'd love to get the scoop. I'm sure you've heard of the Salem witch trials. You really don't want to be saying stuff like this as a pilot. You'll get outed by the FAA real quick. I'm assuming pilots can talk about like anything they want as long as it's not compromising to the business, I would imagine. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about the punk stuff yet. I'll get to that in a little bit, because I have been keeping up with it. Oh, here, I'll toss it your way, Gideon. Thanks for the... You could have just asked in the chat, man. I read the normal chat. But yeah, here. I think I still have you on Discord, right? I can just message you there. Thanks for the 5 gifted, Jake. Hey. Oh, hey.
How you doing, my man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna lie, more than good. Fantastic.
Oh, that's nice to hear. What's got you feeling so jubilant?
Hey, first thing first, I just want to fanboy real quick. I know I already talked to you before and told you, man, but I really enjoy your videos, dog. Like you're probably like top 3 funniest niggas I know.
Appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you for that. That was sweet.
Nah, bro, you're hilarious, bro. You're hilarious. But let me stop glazing. Bro, it's just so funny how this all like goes in a 360 circle, because you're the one that broke the news for me about EDP.
Wow, that's breaking the news is a weird way of saying that. All I did was make fun of him when all the news broke. But I'm glad I was your gateway into the degeneracy of a dangerous pedophile, I guess.
Nah, man, like you have no idea, like actually how dangerous he is. So I don't know if you know too much or what all you do know, but like with this case, he actually talked to a 15-year-old girl.
Like a real one, not like a decoy?
No, like a real legit, like 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, that's not super shocking. A lot of people don't remember this, but he had a history of communicating inappropriately with minors way before that sting operation. So if that's true, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I can't believe he's not in jail for all of the pedophile evidence against him. It really is a
So that's the thing about
failure on the authority side for that.
Well, like the thing is though, is with the other ones, like with the guys that caught him, they did it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like they went more content-y than actually trying to get him arrested.
Mhm.
And so when we did this, like we actually did this like a month ago. So I've been sitting on this for like a month and a half. But I was fully expected to like hold on to this for a year and then drop it. The only reason I dropped it today was because the victim, she went public with everything, and it kind of like threw me off because I was like, oh fuck, like I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But when I talked to her after she did it, she was like, yeah, the cop said it's all good and stuff. So I was just like, oh, okay. So I dropped it too, but I'm most likely probably gonna be going to court with her because
what? Wait, what?
Yeah, so like I'm kind of like involved with the case now. Like the authorities, like they have my number and everything. They haven't contacted me yet, but yeah.
Okay, so was this like a investigation you conducted with like a team? Did you work collaboratively with the police? Like what exactly is all of it?
So I worked with the Patriotic investigation unit over at Skeet Hansen Incorporated. I don't know if you know who he is, but Skeeter.
That's a great name.
Gene. Yeah, that's his name, Skeet Hansen. He's this YouTuber named Skeeter Gene, and me and him, we do like a bunch of collabs where we like just catch EDPs and stuff. So how I found out about this one is I tried to do an interview with him back in early July, but he phase drugged me, and he was like, "Oh, you gotta pay me." When we talked, he wasn't talking about paying and stuff. So I was like, "Bro, I'm not about to pay a fucking pedo." And so he left, but he joined my Discord. And the girl was in my Discord, and that's how he found her. And he messaged her because she had all of her social media in her Discord stuff. So you could say I like low key threw an alley to him. Sadly, if he would have just asked me, I would have put him on with someone around his age. But shit happens.
So then this all sounds. Did you ever like contact authorities about it? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, so the thing about it is like I can't do it. Like she did it. So so what she did was she contacted my mods, and my mods told me, and then I hopped on a call with her. And the first thing I did was I was like, let me talk to your mom. So I talked to her mom. Her mom was aware of everything. And so once I got situated, she sent me everything. And then I gave it over to Skeet because, you know, he's a professional with this.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was actually, oh, man, there's some things like I would have saved for the video. But, yeah, he's a weirdo. Like, he was trying to meet up with her on her birthday because over in Nevada, the age of consent is 16. So he was trying to, word for word, he said, I want to give you that birthday dick.
I see. Okay. Yikes. So the girl he was talking to, was she doing this to try and catch him, or was she?
So he hit her up. So he
Okay.
hit her first. So that's the thing. Like, if she would have hit him up first, I don't know the legality of it. Either way, like he said, dick pics her, so he's fucked in that case. But he hit her up first, so
Holy
that's the
shit.
good thing.
Yeah. If she had messaged him first, I think he'd probably try and say it was some kind of entrapment or something. So, yeah, that is awful. What? So he sent dick pics and everything within like their first couple conversations, or did this go on for a while? Like they're talking.
He was kind of tamed at first, but he literally sent a voice memo saying, like, if this is a setup, I'm gonna fucking air you and everybody else out. And so we were on high precaution whenever we conducted the investigation in person.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's like, damn. But I'm not gonna lie, we caught him lacking at the dialysis center. You know, don't ask me how. I knew he was gonna be there, but you know, we caught him lacking.
So that clip that you showed, that's not him going somewhere to try and meet that girl?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I thought it was another, like, just here for a cupcake situation kind of thing.
Nah.
Wow. So then, do you, like, you said that they're building up a case, basically?
I'm not gonna lie, like, it's been a month. It's pretty much it's any day now, you know.
Okay.
It really is. Like I mean, you know, I don't know if you want, but I could send you the pics later. Like it's pretty bad. And videos. I could send you the videos too.
I don't need to see any of that. You can keep that for you and the authorities. I would just hope that justice would finally be served, because he's skirted away from that for a while.
And that's the thing that I wanted to do with this. Like, that's why I was so willing to wait like a year, because I was afraid that it would have messed up the investigation. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, yeah, it's cool to get views and stuff, but I just think it'll be so much tougher. Like, fuck, like, we got him arrested. So, but it looks like it's already on that trajectory. And since she already went public with it, like, I was just like, oh, fuck it. Okay, I'm going to go show everybody, like, look, this is what we did.
Yeah,
I've been sitting on this for like a month. It's been eating at me, like, so hard.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is actually getting justice as opposed to, like, the content of it. So hopefully this leads to a legitimate case against him, because he is not safe to be around children in any way, shape, or form.
No, yeah. If this doesn't get him locked up, you know, it's the justice system just failed everything if he doesn't get locked up for this.
Yeah, here's hoping.
The chat logs is public. If you and your chat want to go through it.
The chat logs that he sent to her?
Yeah. Like I said, she went public with it first.
Oh. What? Like, so even like his nudes and all that shit?
Nah, it's on YouTube. It's
okay.
Just like the stuff that he was saying.
Yeah, because that'd be a huge problem if that got posted as well. Like that's.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay.
No. At least on my end, I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm not gonna let any of that stuff leak out. You know, because I don't want anything to affect the case.
Yeah, you don't want anything that could jeopardize it for sure. Well, it seems like you and Skeet Hansen, and that's a crazy name, have taken it seriously. So I'm hoping that this will end in a good result here and EDP finally faces some justice. So that's crazy, man. And this just kind of, like, you didn't try to make this happen. This kind of shit just happened on its own, which is wild.
You know the crazy thing about it, bro? I got so much shit because I didn't do the interview with him, and like I had like 75,000 people in my live to watch it. And like when the opportunity was presented and all I had to do was pay him 200, I was like, fuck no, I'm not gonna pay him 200. It was just like the morals of it, and like I got so much shit. People were like, oh, you just lied the whole time, da 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 da, and it was like, fuck, man, you know. And so like for it to like come around to this, and I actually just got done talking to him today.
What were you talking to him about? What could you possibly say?
So he blocked me on everything. But this dude, while I was live, this dude set up an interview with him. I don't know how. And then he contacted one of my friends, and my friend contacted me. So they told me to like, that's why my profile pic is changed. I changed my name, but my name was EDP Lover. But I joined in the call, and like I was asking him questions like I was a fan. And then like I showed my face. I was like, what's up, Brian? And
so you jump scared him.
Oh yeah, I jump scared him. He just like froze, and then he just left automatically.
I see. Well, for what it's worth, I think doing the interview with him would be a bad idea. That seems like you care more about the clout of it as opposed to like the justice of it. So I think it was a good move not to do it. I think that's very respectable.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And then like now it's leading to an arrest. So I think that's the best part about it.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, Charlie, bro, you're the fucking goat, man.
Thanks for the kind words, man. And I'd say I haven't seen all of the work done here, but it sounds like you guys did some good work catching a dangerous person. So I'm hoping that this will result in proper action from the proper authorities here. So good shit.
Thank you, dog. Thank you. Here, I don't know if you react to videos on stream or not, but that's one of Skeet's videos. That video I just sent you, the EDP, he basically blamed his baby mama for setting him up, even though he like sent dick pics to a 13-year-old. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Like, honestly, if you watched it with your chat, I think you guys would all die. Or if you just watch it in your free time, I think you would literally die watching it.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah, for sure.
It's amazing, bro. But here, I don't want to take up time from you and your chat. W Moist in the chat, Moist. And God, dude!
Appreciate it, man. What a wild situation. Holy shit. Well, that's good news all around. It's a big W Gideon moment there, assuming this actually does lead to an arrest and a case against him. This is so long overdue. That's huge. No, the whole video is not out yet. He released a clip, which is what led to all of this today. And according to what he just said, he's been on it for like a month and was willing to just wait like as long as it took to make the case as strong as possible. But I guess the victim came forward first, so making it all public, which I hope won't affect the case. I don't see why it would, since it's the victim. Welcome aboard, Alia. Also, I just saw Void 1, the world's greatest gamer competition. I said that from the beginning that Void would probably win, so congrats to Void on that as well. Dressed like a cupcake. Yeah, so apparently this was not like him catching EDP in like a sting operation, like going to meet a minor. He said he just knew he was going to be here, so clowned on him. Let's read the chat logs. Oh yeah, where are the chat logs? Let me see if I can find them real quick. And that's only if all of the sensitive information is redacted. Welcome aboard, Jinxler and Amanda. Here, let me just ask Gideon for it. What's your favorite Ariana Grande song? Probably Touch It. I know, that song kind of goes hard, so. Just get Chris Hansen to bust him next time. You know what's crazy is they did. Chris Hansen investigated him, and it still didn't lead to anything for EDP. He just keeps getting away with it and keeps doing it. Welcome aboard, Mitch. Why hasn't he been arrested? Again, the reason is when a less than professional group or individual try and catch predators, the authorities can't use the evidence, so they usually walk. It's why To Catch a Predator Season 1, they didn't get arrested. You guys might not remember, but Season 1 of To Catch a Predator, they'd get the predator in, they'd make fun of him, hey, have a seat, you're a real fucking dangerous goober, now get out of here, and they'd just leave. And it's because they didn't work with law enforcement, meaning they couldn't be arrested for it. And that's what happened with EDP every single time. And it's why To Catch a Predator in later seasons teamed up with law enforcement so that way it was enforceable and they could actually arrest the predators. Thanks for the 10 unbox. Thanks, Meow. Welcome aboard, Tall. And Guzu. I'm a Canadian trucker. I'll be in Tampa on Thursday. How do I convince my company to let me go to the live event? Oh, just tell them you gotta. They'll understand. Tell them what the event is. Welcome aboard, Abaddon. No, still waiting on the logs. So entrapment. Yeah, that's it. They basically just say it's all entrapment and it really can't be used. It's very, very rare that a non-professional predator catching group gets a predator that actually gets arrested based on their investigation. I only know of like 2 cases of that happening. And they were like egregious predators with like a long history of it. It's because they don't want to encourage like vigilantism or anything like that. Oh, thank you for the big 20 gifted members, Abaddon. Appreciate it. And I like UFC more than boxing. I have no idea, Chop Chop. Welcome aboard, genius. So he actually got arrested now. According to Gideon, there is a case being built against him. And I imagine there's a lot he can't say, but it sounds promising. So I'm optimistic about it. EDP is like Team Rocket, never goes to jail. Yeah. I compared him to the Box Ghost. He's just this fucking embarrassing, reoccurring villain that keeps popping up a few times a year, only to keep repeating his evil and getting vanquished, shaking his fist, but then coming back later. Every time. Every fucking time. Welcome aboard, Entitled. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, no, I did. I said thank you, Ghastly. What do you mean? And answered your question. Probably won't do a sparkling water tier list, but maybe. If GSP and Anderson Silva fought in their primes, who do you think would win? Shit. I'm not sure. Probably GSP, I'd say. And thanks, Abaddon. Yeah, it sounds like they did a good job, Numb. Welcome aboard, Lasagna. My wife works in the anti-human trafficking realm. You wouldn't believe what these guys get away with. Man, I feel like such a fucking Poindexter right now having to clean my glasses. When they're not even like prescription or anything, it's just for helping with sleep. But yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that, Tarlu. And I bet that's gotta be like a miserable job. That's gotta be soul-crushing work. Yeah, I mentioned the Burning Man floods earlier. I saw some of the clips. You have to give it time, Connor. Did you like the 90s Brawly movie? I did. Yeah, they were good. It's not that law enforcement can't use the information, it's that there's too many loopholes. Remember, it goes to court and goes before a jury with defense attorney poking holes and depends on what 12 people think. Yeah, that's fair. Welcome aboard, Guns and DN. Hey, Jojo. Burning Man made NBC nightly news. Yeah, I still don't even really know what Burning Man is. I remember it used to be kind of a joke. But now it's like huge. 70,000 people are isolated at Burning Man right now. What the fuck? 70,000? And what the fuck is this headline? President Biden has been briefed on the situation at Burning Man. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna fly there himself? Guys, get on my helicopter. We're getting the fuck out of here. Like, I imagine this is just going to be like a local thing that they're gonna have to take care of. I doubt he's gonna fly out the fucking National Guard or something. Or maybe he is. I guess I don't know the severity of it. President Joe Biden was briefed Sunday on the situation at the Burning Man Festival in Black Rock Desert, Nevada. The administration is monitoring the situation and is in touch with state and local leaders. Event attendees should listen to local authorities and event organizers. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Comedian Chris Rock and DJ Diplo walked for miles before hitching a ride out of Burning Man. Nice. How far out is it into the desert? It's probably a very uncomfy walk, but probably better than being fucking stranded. Thanks for the 10 thumbs. We talked about that a little bit ago, Kat. I already went over all that. But yeah, in a nutshell, that was some wacky shit. And eventually they, like, made up. Biden will bring his chocolate chip for the needy. Nah, he's not sharing his ice cream. You kidding me? No. Welcome aboard, Sean. That ice cream's too valuable. What do you think about SAG-AFTRA moving the strike against video game companies as well? I want to be optimistic, but I really don't see any of the big players improving their practices. I think it's a great idea. I don't know if it's going to be effective, but at the end of the day, it's worth a try. So I think that's a good thing, Sarah. It's going to be weeks before vehicles will be able to get out of Burning Man, assuming it doesn't rain. They're going to have to use helicopters to bring people out, and it's like 10 miles of dirt and mud. Why? Why will it take weeks? You know, how about I start here? What the fuck is Burning Man? I always understood it as something that your boss goes to cheat on his wife. But what actually is the event? Let's see. Go to the Wikipedia page. Burning Man is an event focused on community, art, self-expression, and self-reliance held annually in the western United States. The event comes from its culminating ceremony, the symbolic burning of a large wooden effigy referred to as the Man. That's so cute. Coming down with a serious case of stick-it-to-the-man-neosis. Okay. So it's basically just a big party, from the sound of it. Ooh, thank you, the Big 50. Massive Hippie Fest. Is that right? And yeah, I did see what you're referring to, Blaze. Sounds like a wild banger. I mean, this is a really cool photo here. That does look very cool. Not get stranded in a desert for weeks cool, but cool like, hey, I'd go for an hour or two. Of course I know them, Broby one. Woodstock for normies. Oh yeah, can you tweet the logs at me inside? And from everything I heard about it, it seems like you guys did good work, so good shit. Okay, so what went wrong here? I know it rained and they didn't like the rain. Let's go back to the very beginning. Okay. Some 70,000 people stranded at Burning Man are walking out of the site. Forecasters expect more rain at Burning Man. Interesting here. Man, so this whole thing got undone by some heavy rain. It's a desert, usually doesn't rain. When it does, it turns into soup and mud that doesn't easily dry out. Because the ground is so hard, the water won't drain. So if 70,000 people are going to be... 70,000 people are going to be stuck there. Man. Goodness gracious. So you said it's about 10 miles out? Man, that is... This looks like straight out of Destiny. This looks like something out of Callus's ship. What the fuck? Is that like what everything at Burning Man looks like? Bros didn't check the weather forecast. Yeah, did they know it was going to rain? Because at that point, why not build like a giant tarp? They can clearly afford something like that. Well, actually, I'm a fucking idiot. They'd have to tarp the entire desert. Never mind. Stupid idea. I see why I'm not one of the organizers. That wouldn't work. You could, like, keep the rain off of, like, the immediate vicinity, but you still couldn't leave. Never mind. Dumb. Stupid. New raid leaked. Yeah, true. Hey, no worries at all, Dragonfly. I hope the move is painless and fun. I think most of them are pretty fun, dehumanized. I think they're pretty good for the most part. I've been a DPW lead at a regional sanctioned Burning Man event for several years now, if you actually want some real info on what it is. Yeah, sure, hit me. You don't have to donate for it, man. You can just type it in the chat. I'm always reading just normal chat. And yeah, I saw some of the pictures, Connor. Thanks, gamer. You hear about the leak with Logan Paul's wife? That shit was fake. That is getting so degenerate. People are just finding porn of women that look like his fiance and saying it's her. Just bringing in complete fucking strangers to it now. It's getting so out of control. Shit is so weird. Dylan's, like, still cooking him constantly, but then, like, people are running wild with just, like, anything that looks like his wife. Not that my heart's breaking for Logan, yeah, but still, that's some degenerate shit. You really thinking about a D&D show? Thinking about? We're doing a D&D show, yeah. We've got almost everything in place now. How does it take weeks to rescue Americans from somewhere in America? I don't know. It's expensive to get all the choppers out there. 70,000 people's a lot. Helicopter fits what? Maybe like 5 or 6 or something? I don't know. I can totally see how. They can't get the vehicles out there because the terrain's not conducive to it. It's a lot of people. Requires a lot of resources. Yeah, I'll definitely take a peek then inside. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard, boss. Haven't stopped doing it, Will. The only reason we haven't done another one in a while is because we were going to do a bigger thing, but it fell through the cracks, so... And then recently we just had a lot going on with like the live event that I haven't been able to get the new one ready. I liked Dragon Ball GT when I was a kid, but I know it's shit. Never pronounced Nevada the same way you did again. What? What's wrong with saying Nevada? I'm pronouncing it wrong? No way. You're wrong. Who says it like that? What do you mean? It's the only way to say it. How the fuck else would you say Nevada? What? In what world? This isn't like tomato, tomato. Hey, well, good luck, Bill. And thanks for that. We have merch for sale at the watch party? Yeah, we're gonna have some wacky stuff set up. We've got a lot of fun things planned for the live event on Friday. A lot of cool stuff. A lot involving, like, the audience. Yeah, I'll drop the link in chat again. I don't know how many tickets are left, but really trying to fill up the last remaining seats. So, if there's any left, get them now. We're 4 days away. It's the 8th. Is the D&D video going to be on Spotify or will it be a one-time thing? It's not a video. Well, I mean, it will be a video, but we're streaming it. It's going to be a live show. And it's going to be a full campaign, so not a one-time thing. As a Nevada resident, it's pronounced Nevada, not Nevada. Nah, you don't know what you're talking about. You guys need me to educate you. Welcome aboard, Burks. Who's your favorite band? Probably Deftones. It's gotta be Deftones. I've listened to them since I was a literal child, and they still just slap just as hard now as they did then. I've seen some of the hoopla on Twitter. I haven't seen anything on a boycott or anything, though. Phoenix. Who's going to DM? We actually have 2 DMs. 2 very experienced DMs. Thanks, Thumbs. Have you seen the Vince Vintage drama? Yeah, we were just talking about it. We went over that a little bit ago. Can't believe AI is so advanced. It's like Charlie's a real person. You just reminded me of something my mom told me tonight when I went for dinner. She was telling me about AI which was like a wild conversational topic because it wasn't something I would have expected my mom to talk about. But she's like, did you know people are using AI to do fake phone calls to family to try and scam them? And I was like, holy shit, Mom. I was actually just talking about that. So that scam is becoming so prevalent that even my parents are aware of it now. And they do not keep their finger on the pulse of AI developments. Oh yeah, that's a degenerate scam. You guys haven't seen this? Talked about it a little while ago. So what they do is they're replicating the voice of children and calling their parents. And they either do things where it's like, hey, Mom or Dad, I need the credit card right now. I'm in a tough situation. I need to get out, so I'm going to need this information. And then the parents, not knowing any better, thinking it's their kid, just say it. Or more nefariously and much more evil is like ransom stuff. So it's pretty fucked. Oh yeah, see, even right here. AI voice cloning scam that faked a kidnapping. Welcome aboard, Wyatt. And Zoinks. Yep, MWL video will be up either tomorrow or Tuesday. And no, I don't do React stuff on stream anymore. The only videos I watch on stream are news broadcasts or trailers. So the video Gideon sent, I'm just gonna watch on my own. And not sure yet, mister. Do you hear about the rat foot found in a man's soup at Olive Garden? Was he upset about it? That sounds like a pretty high quality menu on Olive Garden. They gave him a treat. I actually don't hate Olive Garden, to be honest with you. Madison Heights man is suing Olive Garden for allegedly serving him a severed rat's foot in a bowl of minestrone soup. Thomas Howie, 54, seeking damages of more than $25,000 for physical injury, mental anguish, and emotional distress. Let me take a peek. That could be anything. That might not even be a rat's foot. That's pretty big. That's like a whole goddamn werewolf paw. It's good luck. It's good for you. Howie said he was talking with two dinner companions and not really looking at the soup he ate when he felt something sharp stab his cheek. Ooh. He quickly spat the object out into his napkin. When he looked inside the napkin, he saw what appeared to be the fur-covered foot of a rat, complete with claws. Oh, God. Scrumptious. That's like something you'd find at Burger King. This would be something Burger King would serve you with a smile on their face, and this would probably be better than half their menu. Howie informed Olive Garden management, who says they did not take the matter seriously. One employee even joked about it, implying that Howie had placed the rat foot in the soup himself. That's usually, like, the thought process. This man must have brought a rat foot in here to frame us. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I feel like it's not that common. No, I don't do that, Sin. The lack of concern displayed by Olive Garden employees led Howie to call the police. Warren police interviewed Howie, his friends, and several employees, and the police report described the object as a rat foot that appeared to have been chewed. Ooh. That's a crucial piece of evidence. Bite marks. The rat foot allegedly cut the inside of Howie's cheek, causing him to bleed and later seek medical treatment at an urgent care in Warner. He received a tetanus shot and was prescribed antibiotics. Warren police contacted the Macomb. Health department visited the restaurant and determined there was no evidence of rodents in the facility. MCHD also noted that Olive Garden's pest control provider conducted a regularly scheduled service at the restaurant on March 11th, the same date as the alleged incident, and there were no pests observed in the report. We have no reason to believe there is any validity to this claim. Code Geass is my favorite anime, yeah. I think it's amazing. And no, I didn't hear about that at all, Connor. That's horrible. He totally did it himself. It's possible. It is certainly possible. The photo of the foot shows no signs that it underwent a cooking process, nor does it show any signs of taking on any red color consistent with the red base of the minestrone. The foot is significantly larger than our soup spoons and would be difficult for someone to unknowingly insert in their mouth. The guest and his attorney have refused our repeated requests to provide us with the foot so we can have it forensically examined to determine what species it is. Since the incident, Howie has suffered a loss of appetite and an aversion to meat, fear of eating at restaurants, nausea, trouble sleeping, and increased depression. Well, this was all fake. This was absolutely a scam. Planted. Case closed. They won't even turn over the foot. They still have the foot and won't give it to them to forensically examine. Liar. That's case closed. That is crazy, though, if he started biting on the foot himself, though. He's like, all right, I'm doing it. I'm gonna get 50 grand out of this, I swear to God. I'll eat a rat's foot. What's your writing process like for your comics? It always varies. Usually when I'm lying awake at night, I have banger ideas, so then I write out some basics on my phone, and then in the morning, or if I can't sleep that night, I'll go and start typing up some generals, like some general overview, and then flesh it out later. Was the rat in the KFC meal fake? Oh, sorry, Jason. Yeah, you're right. That one I do know. I say wrong. Thanks for the 10, Monkey, and the 5, the Misanthrope. It was a fine filler arc, I guess. No strong feelings. It happened decades ago at Wendy's. The lady put a severed human thumb in her chili for a payday. What? Police identified severed finger in a Wendy's chili case. Oh God, Jesus! I hate that this became the norm. I hate that I have to fucking pay to access every single article on the internet now. Okay, here we go. Wendy's chili finger lady comes clean. She could only keep quiet for so long, the scam drew international headlines and made millions of people think twice about ordering a cup of chili from Wendy's. Now the woman at the center of the chili finger case is talking about the infamous finger food crime. So this one is a confirmed hoax. Thanks, Noah. I don't know who at all you're talking about with that one, Bear. Yeah, that'd be fun, Robo, if he wants to. And no, I'm not on keto right now, but I am gluten and dairy free for the last like 3 weeks. It's been very easy, actually. Gluten and dairy free has been nice. I've been feeling much better. In 2005, Anna Ayala was dining at a San Jose Wendy's restaurant when she claimed she chomped down on a partially cooked segment of a human finger. The fast food chain suffered an estimated $21 million in lost business. How do you calculate that? Do you do like an exit survey to your regulars? Like, hey guys, why aren't you ordering the chili anymore? Seems like such a hard thing to quantify. Her husband, Jamie Placencia, got the severed finger from a coworker who lost it in an industrial accident. At least it was ethically sourced. He didn't cut the finger off himself. He went to someone who had already lost it and kept it as a souvenir. I guess on like a keychain or something. Both Ayala and Placencia pleaded guilty. A was sentenced to 9 years in prison but was released after 4 years on good behavior. There's one condition to her release. She's not allowed to step foot back in the place that made her famous. A life without Wendy's, is that even a life worth living? She'd been out of prison for about a year and living in San Jose, but until now she's kept quiet. Placencia is still serving time for his role in the scam. A is coming clean now. In an exclusive interview with CBS 5 this week, she apologized and revealed a deep secret. I cooked it. So hype. As if that was even up for debate. Obviously, Wendy's didn't fucking cook it. Welcome aboard, Ayo. During the interview, she said she prepared the piece of ring finger at her Las Vegas home, then drove it to San Jose where she dropped it in the chili. A told reporters, other prisoners, and even guards ridiculed her and called her names because of the scam that landed her behind bars. I learned my lesson. I just want to move on with my life. Don't let anyone tell you a little ridicule doesn't work. I imagine the jail time also certainly helped her learn that lesson, but, you know, let's not discount the efficacy of calling her mean names. Calling her stupid. Have you heard about the Pentagon released website for declassified UFO and footage? Brother, it's up right now. Yeah. We were just going over that. Someone said that she's done other scams like this before. So what else has she done? I want to see. Because this is big brain. Let's take a peek. She has her own Wikipedia page. American fraudster, convicted felon, best known for the severed finger in the chili. I don't see anything about previous scams. Oh, no, wait, you're right. Yeah, it's at the middle of her Wikipedia page. It was, where was it? Oh, yeah. It was later discovered that she had previously filed numerous lawsuits against various retail establishments. Rumors spread that A had a dead aunt who might be related to the case. A denied anyone had recently died, and A claimed to the police that treated her and her family like terrorists, acting against her violently, and neighbors downplayed the events. This was in response to an investigation at her home. But this was her only, finger food scam. Yeah, we were just talking about the Electric Zoo stuff a little while ago. Check Discord. Oh, perfect. Thanks. Is that the logs? Okay, I'll take a peek in a minute. Thanks, man. And thanks, Sandwich. Have you seen the drama with the with The Rock and Oprah starting a fundraiser for the fires in Maui? Yeah, of course I saw that. That's classic big celebrity bullshit. Yeah. No, I doubt YouTube will ever have free membership or anything. Even with YouTube Premium, I doubt they'll ever do that because it is just not financially viable. Twitch just loses their ass on it, but it's what keeps them at the top. There are a lot of streamers. Do you see the micro moon that the Earth has right now? I did not. And I know all about Pizza Tower, but I haven't played it. You see that micro moon? Nice. I don't feel like looking out a window, so this will suffice. Yep, the new Meat Canyon video slaps per usual. Did you see that Crypto Bros came out in full force when people started leaving Creator League? I was just shocked to see Crypto Bros are still a thing. How many times can you keep losing but never give up? It'd be inspiring if it wasn't so pathetic. It's like an anime character, but a character that should legitimately stop before it's too late. Yeah, I saw. I haven't seen the new Crab Champions update, but that game is so good. Record of Ragnarok had so much potential, but the animation's trash. And it does, Wyatt, yeah. It's cute mess. No tips, but good luck. Yeah, we talked about Steve Harwell a little bit ago. It's a very sad situation. Alcoholism is no joke. First I've heard of that story, obscure. Yeah, his name's Steve Hardwell. Or Steve Harwell, not Hardwell. Lead singer of Smash Mouth. Yeah, he's not going to make it. In 2020, there were 390 reported fires at recycling facilities in US and Canada. At my facility, we have an on-site fire hose and one infrared sensor hooked up to a fire hose that will aim at the heat source and activate the valve. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's hype. That's cool. Thank you for that. Hey, Triple. No, who's that, Vase? You think Punk was wrong? Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah. I wanted to talk about the CM Punk stuff. Because I've been doing my best to look into everything that happened here. And this whole thing is so fucking messy. So for all the wrestling fans out there, I'm sure you already know this. CM Punk was just fired. So he was permanently let go. I'm not even going to say probably. He is the biggest draw at the AEW. And apparently some backstage shenanigans went out of control, and it led to Tony, the head of the AEW, firing him. And there's been like a big debate on Twitter on who's in the right and who's in the wrong. And I think it's just because there's so many details that aren't known yet. Like there's reports of someone breaking glass, making threats against other people's lives, all kinds of things. And it doesn't help that when Tony made his statement, he was not direct about it. He said that he actually feared for the first time, like legitimately had real fear, and he didn't feel safe by keeping Punk around, and he didn't feel like his staff could be safe, which is why he let him go. Welcome aboard, Kenobi. But as far as I've seen, there haven't been a lot of hard confirmed details on exactly what happened, aside from like a big disagreement on what was it? It was like someone taking a hit that they didn't want to take, or like a hard fuck, what was it? I already forgot now. Shit, whatever. But this isn't the first time that some drama like this has happened with CM Punk. This isn't new per se. That's what it was. Jack Perry used real glass. That's what it was. And that's what started it. It was real versus fake glass, not a hit. That's what it was. Thank you. Welcome aboard, Henry. That sounds like a great concert. Glad to hear you had fun, Beware. Yeah, it's fun, Fledge. CM Punk for the MWL. That'd be huge. I don't think he'd want to do that. That would be crazy. He's definitely not going back to the WWE. I saw that cope from a lot of people. I don't see that happening. Like I said, this is not the first time there's been an issue with Punk, and I don't see the WWE even taking a risk, so I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe at some point that would be cool to do. Going over the process of making all of that nice. Yeah. And yeah, Steve Harwell, we were talking about him. The airplane video. Did he tweet it? I didn't see a follow-up. Let me see. Because I'd love to see proof of aliens. Trust me, I would. Oh, yeah, he did send it. Let me see. I can't really see anything. Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. I thought this was going to be a video from the airplane, but it looks like it's just from outside. And it looks more like heat lightning. Here, I'll pull it up real quick if I can. Well, no, I can't because I'm not logged in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Should do a vegetable tier list. We kinda did. Yeah, maybe we'll do a more comprehensive one. Well, thanks, Leaf. Glad to hear you made some big life choices that you're more proud of. I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well. And I do know Grounded. I just haven't played it. And thanks, some guy. Any follow-up on the Vince McMahon and UFC merger? Yeah, they merged. What do you mean? The follow-up is they're now one giant fucking conglomerate. Or do you mean if there's been any, like, crazy developments as a result of it? Like, they're still, like, they're just huge. Together. Welcome aboard, Space Duck. Oh, glad to hear that, CS. It takes effect next week from now? Is it not finalized? I thought it finalized at the beginning of the month. Let me see. Let me go to news. Oh. It's nearing completion. I thought it was already in the books. I thought it was done. It's not quite there yet. Watched the video about how Kim Jong-un used YouTube prank videos as a way to kill his brother. Kill him with what? Cringe? What? What? There's no way that's real. Huh? The YouTube prank that killed Kim Jong-un's brother. It's a video from Pixels After Dark. What? No way. I knew his brother died. I didn't know it was a fucking YouTube prank. All I see is YouTubers saying that it was a prank. I don't see any, like, reports going over it. Welcome aboard, Eos and Treadlex. The prank show that led to an assassination. How North Korea assassinated Kim Jong-un's brother. Let me see. There's no way this was from a prank. In 2017, 2 unsuspecting women carried out a political assassination of Kim Jong-nam, the elder half-brother of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, thinking they were participating in a prank TV show. Holy shit, wait, what? In 2016, 2017, 2 young women were separately approached by men to perform a series of prank videos for YouTube. One was from Indonesia, the other Vietnam. They were paid a small amount of money to run up to strangers and smear lotion on their faces, then apologize and run away. Holy shit! What? Wait, where's the assassination? Kim Jong-nam was in Kuala Lumpur airport when 2 women smeared his face with a powerful VX nerve agent. The CCTV footage of the incident shows him at the airport's information desk seeking medical help. He claims he felt dizzy after 2 women grabbed his face. He died within 20 minutes of the incident. She revealed she was recruited by a man named James, claiming to be a TV producer. For months, the 2 women were groomed to smear random people with lotion and creams. All this while they thought they were participating in a prank show with hidden cameras. Whoa! Wow! What? I had no idea. I thought this was just like a straight up assassination. I didn't know there was a deeper layer where the people that killed him didn't know they killed him. Muda talked about this? Oh, is that why it's like back in the headlines then? Muda just made something on it? Yeah, just a prank. And thanks, Grizzly. And yeah, I still do that, Richie. And appreciate it, Leaf. All good. Didn't you talk about this on the podcast? We talked about the assassination. I don't recall us ever mentioning that it was a prank. This is news to me. And this is recent information, it seems. Because this article is 2023. And the 2 videos I mentioned are like within the last month. So I don't think we would have known this back then. I've not seen that video, Rock. Oh, that's huge. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. And thanks, Sinric. And yeah, we were talking about EDP earlier. Mr. Ballin has a video on it called Evil Brothers Plan Caught on Camera. Wait, what? That's where he talked about this too? You gonna play that crappy looking Walking Dead game for a bad game night? I'm so tired of people calling that Walking Dead game crappy. It's shitty. Get it right. And yes, I am going to be playing it. I'm very excited for it, actually. Welcome aboard, Egg. And yeah, we were talking about Vince Vintage earlier. Thanks, Dexter. I've streamed Starfield a few times. Like I said, the game's fine. There's nothing in the game that's bad. I don't think there's anything about Starfield that makes it a bad game. But it is very much not a super special Bethesda game. It is your typical Bethesda experience set in space with a nice new coat of paint. But it's still all pretty much the exact same Bethesda experience you're used to. So if you like Bethesda, you're going to like Starfield. If you don't, it's not winning you over. Oh, I guess performance. Yeah, performance is pretty spotty for quite a few people. But aside from that, everything else is fine and good. It's just, nothing is bad. It's all just normal Bethesda formula. Did it disappoint you? Yeah, I'll say that. I guess maybe I'm in that bracket that's kind of aging out of just the Bethesda formula every single time. I'd like them to get a little more ambitious, and I thought this was it. Like, they really put a lot of eggs in the exploration basket, but in the actual game, there is no real exploration. Because if you wander on any of the planets outside of a main city or outside of one marked cave, there's nothing but procedurally generated void. Just complete emptiness. And there's also no vehicles to traverse with either. And there's no map, which is a really weird decision. But again, if you like Bethesda, this is a Bethesda game in space. So it's entirely on you how much you like the Bethesda formula, because it's the exact same experience. How are they going to do a map in outer space? Brother, what the fuck is this? Well, actually, that's not realistic at all. You wouldn't have a map if you were out in outer space. I'm talking about when you go into a city, if you try and open your map to see where you are, it's not there. There is literally not a map. There is not a map. Christ. So if you go into any city and you try and open a map, there is nothing. And there would be maps of a city. Buster. So all you can do is bring out your scanner and then just look around 360 degrees and see important locations, and that's it. It's just a really weird decision to axe that. Or if you go into like a base or something, you can't like map it out or anything. You just pull out your scanner and 360 and then just go in a direction and see what you find. I'd say messy. I'd say probably messy in that case, Omni. And nothing to really talk about, Ryan, but I saw it. Never saw the Ghostbusters 2016 movie. Alien vs. Predator was good, though. Like, in a fun, bad way. Alright, I'll check it out again, and then... I'll check it out again, then, Spencer. Just finished Water 7. Does it get even better than that? Yes, I'm past Water 7, and it gets better. It's only getting better so far. A meteor is about to hit Earth. I don't believe you. Let me take a peek. What do you know? A meteor just hit Earth an hour ago. And it was fine. It blew up over DC. You're late. If only you could have told us an hour ago, you would have looked like an actual fucking prophet. Appreciate it, dreamer. The meteor... Well, no. It just happened like an hour ago. There's already videos of it with a lot of people who saw it blow up over the sky. It's brand new. The best shittiest games tier list? That'd be a very long tier list to make, and I actually don't even know where I'd start, if I'm being honest with you. Yep, we talked about Steve Harwell. It's a sad situation. Did you hear about the tragic Reno airshow crash? Is that the one from a few weeks ago? Because, yeah. There's been a couple airshow crashes that are terrifying. There was one, like, 6 months ago or something that I saw the video of, and it is probably some of the most terrifying footage I've ever seen. They had, like, an old, very rare plane that they were showing, and then another plane in the airshow comes around, and it makes, like, a big turn into that plane, immediately disintegrates on impact, splits the plane in half, and then that plane nosedives and leads to a massive explosion. It was so, so awful. It was tragic. And yeah, no one survived that. It was awful. And then there was another air show disaster only a few weeks ago, too. Yeah, and then there was the gender reveal plane crash like 2 hours ago. Reno was in 2011. Oh, is that not the most recent one? What's the Reno 2011 one? No, I don't know this one. Christ, it crashed into the spectators, killing 10 people plus the pilot. Good lord. Air shows are just scary, man. That's scary. What's your favorite RPG? You'd have to give me quite a bit of time to think about that. Yeah, that's not surprising, John. That shit is terrifying. Oh, and I heard about that, see? I heard that there was a DM sent about it. That's not a bad idea, Thumbs. You remember when that dude on bath salts ate that other guy's face? Crazy times. Times were so simple back then, man. Oh, it was so simple. We get one guy eating another guy's face, and it's like, that was the craziest thing we saw for months. Now, that happens like every hour, and it's like, well, it is what it is. Scroll to the next one. Times were different. Yeah, I hope Star Citizen ends up being good. I'm skeptical it ever actually comes out, though. And I haven't seen enough new anime since my last tier list to make another one. SAG-AFTRA striking against video game companies. Like I said, I think that's good. Let it ride. I don't know if it's going to bring about like a huge change in the industry when they're already cutting costs every chance they get. But I think it's absolutely worth trying. Thanks, Illuminati. What do you think about the peanut butter on pickles? Never tried it. So, since I've never tried it, couldn't tell you. Doesn't sound good, though. Even though I really like pickles. Not after 1,000 Year Blood War Dehumanized, no. It's been getting better. The fuck is this article? Oh, yeah. Kim Jong-un's brother was assassinated by a prank. I had no idea. That was news to me. Hey, Logan. No Man's Sky or Starfield? I actually still haven't played No Man's Sky since it's been updated, but I know a lot of people love it now. This was long ago. Yep, it was 2017. I know. Don't really have one, Dookie. There's too many to choose. You hear about the dinosaur with 500 teeth. That sounds so lame. I mean, the 500 teeth is cool. But, like, the whole thing... Like, I'm not a big dinosaur guy, so I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. And yeah, we talked about the Mr. Beast and Jacksepticeye stuff. Have you seen that some people eat cereal with water? Yeah, and some people have a piss fetish. There's just weirdos out there, man. It is what it is. That's not the grossest thing I've ever heard. What the fuck is People Playground? Yeah, I mean, I guess stop playing People Playground, David. Never heard of that game. I don't know about that, Senpai, maybe. Oh, sweet. Thank you for that, Benji. Thanks for the huge drop. Thank you for the generosity. You ever watched The Amazing Bulk? Of course I have. That's a classic. There's very few weird, shitty movies that I haven't seen. I know things you guys have never even heard of, like The Greasy Strangler, which has a scene where he makes his asshole talk. You won't find a weird, garbage movie I don't know about. At the very least. Have you seen the God Monster? There's no way that's the whole title. And probably not Keith, but maybe. Have you seen Love on a Leash? No. I've never heard of this. It's a romantic comedy film. Did you make this or something? This is like an extremely unknown one. Like, what the fuck is this? You found one. That was quick. I've never heard of this. A 2011 rom-com. It became known for its unusual creative choices and frequently included on lists of especially bad or bizarre movies. I've never heard of this one somehow. This is a wild poster. And what a concept. Lisa, a young woman, has not been lucky finding a romantic partner. She meets a golden retriever whom she names Prince. After discovering that Prince turns into a human man each night, Lisa falls in love with him. Wow. Wow. Cool. The movie for all the zoophiles out there. Thanks, Dakota. Favorite cheese is probably American cheese. I used to say provolone, but I've been really warming up to American cheese right before I stopped eating dairy. So I'd say American cheese probably takes it over provolone just barely. And no, I haven't watched that yet, Swizzle. Onyx and the Fortuitous. I'll look it up. I don't think they're going to remake Shaolin Soccer, but I did see the rumors. Onyx and the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls. Oh, this is a new movie coming out. Huh. Let's check it out. Well, check out the trailer, rather. You playing Valorant stream? No, man. No, I'm not. I'm not good at Valorant. You seen Thumb Wars? Yep. I think, right? I'm pretty sure I have. It sounds very familiar. Have you seen the Fast and Furious parody Super Fast? For the longest time, I used to say this is the worst movie I've ever seen. Or why did I do that? But then I gave the honor to something called Let's Be Evil. I think this is just legitimately one of the worst comedy movies ever made. Like, everything it tries to do, it fails. I actually fucking hated it. It actually just made me really upset. Nah, I'm not gonna speedrun Fortnite. Those parody movies used to be mass-produced. Glad they died out. Yeah. Parody movies used to be a massive market. Disaster movie, epic movie, fucking Meet the Spartans, all of that shit used to be huge. And it was all so bad past Scary Movie 4. And even Scary Movie 4, a lot of people didn't like. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. That movie's trash. I used to love Master of Disguise when I was a kid. Welcome aboard, Matthew. I don't know if it holds up well at all, but I did like it when I was a kid. No, you can just tweet it though, Dragonfly. Yeah, I've seen Thanksgiving. You ever watch Mystery Men? Yep. This is the Ben Stiller movie. It has this crazy scene with, oh my god, what's his name? He's a big actor. He plays like a big superhero, and in the show they fucking melt, or in the movie they melt his goddamn face off. Captain Amazing is what he is in this. This was a PG movie, by the way. And this death was hardcore.
Hey, morons, over here. She's right, my little friend.
Yeah, I'll just skip around.
How many toggle flips are needed, not counting the gratuitous toggle flip you may have asked for in a moment of panic?
This scene was brutal. Yep.
Okay, you know what? Can we just start again? Is there some sort of like reset button on this thing?
No, you little freak. There's no button for resetting. Flip the switch, lady. Don't stare at me. Lift your left arm. Flip it, you moron.
Thanks for a long time of watching, Phantom. Appreciate it.
Oh, flip the switch. Flip it. That's not cool. Thank you. I will do it.
Old movie ratings are so off. They were just really lenient. I think I was like 5 years old when this came out. I think this was a 1999 movie. And this shit was wild.
Everybody heard me say reset button, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, we killed you.
What do you mean we? I was right.
That's not that bad. To a 5-year-old? Yes, it is. They fucking... Look at that! What do you mean? I still remember this so vividly. And then they have a really cool scene because Kel from Kenan and Kel's in this, and his superpower is he's invisible only when people don't look at him. And he was supposed to be a joke character, but they eventually just used that. And then he ends up being naked at one point, and I was like, naked guy, that's... I've never seen that. No, don't do that. Yeah, and it's PG. Yep, it's a PG movie. Thanks for the 20, Austin. And I've seen neither of those, Emmett, but I know them. Thanks, Pie Boy. It says PG-13 right there. Oh, no shot. They must have changed it. Because that was PG. I saw it when I was like 5. They had to have re-rated that. No, this thing was PG when I watched it. Had to be. No, this is not a Mandela effect moment. This shit was absolutely PG. What the fuck? Wow, my whole universe is crumbling around me. What do you know? Well, okay. Never mind. Wasn't PG. You like Bollywood movies? Yeah. And no, I don't know what Deadstream is. I haven't heard of that movie. I didn't think Mr. Meaty was that disturbing or anything. Can't say I've kept up too much with the BTK killer case. That is some disturbing shit, though. Thanks, Hollinger. I don't know what that is, Plague, but that is a wild name for a movie. Mr. Meaty wasn't disturbing. It was fine. It was a very interesting aesthetic. Ahead of its time, I'd say. Would you consider Gears 1 to be in your top 10 games? Probably not. It's the most important game I ever played in my life, though, but I don't know if it'd be like one of the top 10 best games ever made on my list. It'd be close, though. Have you seen the horror movie called Paranormal Entity? I have not. Clock Stoppers will always be a classic. Can't forget Evil Bill Gates. Man, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Fucking Clock Stoppers. Holy shit. And appreciate it, John. Yeah, Velocipaster is one that it's still on my to-watch list. And the glasses are cool. I like wearing these glasses. They feel nice, and I don't know if they help me sleep, but the placebo's working. And thanks, Crypto. And thanks, Dylan. Sorry. Yeah, we were already talking about EDP. Even talked to Gideon directly about it, so we got a bit of the scoop. Netflix is having new Spy Kids this month. Oh yeah! The Spy Kids reboot. That's right. They've got that new one right around the corner. Spy Kids Armageddon. Whew. Never heard of Dragon Wars. It's one I've never seen or know anything about. You missed out, man. Mr. Meaty was cool. It really was. Would you ever review the anime film Mind Games? Nah, I only most meter new things, but I'd be willing to check it out. Did you ever watch Catch That Kid? Yep, of course I did. That had Kristen Stewart in it, didn't it? Yeah, that was the Kristen Stewart one. Thanks, Storm. I'll look that up. Appreciate the gifted member. Thank you, Trojan. Fabo Bester is a convicted criminal. He faked his own death in a fire in his prison cell and was on the run for almost a year. He's a murderer and a rapist. Jesus Christ. I do read Berserk. Mystery Men was PG, but the VHS tape confirms it. I hope you're not lying to me. Because I did have it on VHS. That would explain it. Where do you see PG on the VHS tape? Fucking liar. No, it still says PG-13, you son of a bitch. Just rubbing my nose in it, huh? Bastard. I have not heard of that sin. And thanks, Emma. No, I'm not going to live read Genghis Swan, Benjamin. Sorry to say. The first link is an Amazon link that says PG on it. That might be it. I'm tired of you lying to me. Dallas man wrongful eviction. That's very vague. I don't think I'll find that. Yeah, there's 1,000 of these. They got the wrong unit and lost everything. That's awful. But I don't see the story you're talking about because this happens all the time. Pacific Rim I really liked. I hated Pacific Rim 2 though. And the original Fear is still an amazing game. Have I ever seen the god-awful animation Dougal? Dougal. No, I don't know anything about this. What makes this a god-awful animation? This looks cute, I guess. One of those low-budget, straight-to VHS tape kind of productions. Yep, we talked about Vince Vintage earlier at the beginning. Where the Wild Things Are 2009 was a bad movie. I didn't ever watch it. But I believe you. Thanks, Obama. It was rated PG. I just found a photo of the VHS tape. This is worthless. I'm over it. It's not important. Oh, but you're right. The VHS tape itself does say PG. Oh, that's hype. Like 3 different people tweeted me evidence that it actually was rated PG. Love to see that. Fuck yeah. But it looks like that was done in error. It seems like it was supposed to be PG-13, but the VHS must have went out as PG. Welcome aboard, Sin. Yeah, Trepang 2 I played the demo of. It was good. I haven't played the full game, though. Well, thanks, Chris. A professional puppeteer, huh? I don't know who my favorite puppet would be. You know what movie was actually really impressive that no one gives any credit to and everyone forgot was I'm not helping its case because I don't remember the name. Happy Time Murders. Found it. This was like super impressive. Like the puppet work itself. The movie writing was god awful for the most part. But like I was really impressed with the way they did the puppets. That was the R-rated Muppets movie. It's this thing. You ever see the Zoom movie? Yep. I have. Have you heard the Brilliant Ratchet? Nope. I've not played Sea of Thieves yet. That looks cute. Well, it's an R-rated movie, but it's like the laziest R rating of all time. It's usually just every character is saying fuck. And then that's usually about it, actually. But it's still a pretty impressive movie. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is great puppet work as well. Yeah. That's fair. And yeah, we talked about Vince Vintage. Yeah, I've got the Tony Chase video pulled up over here. I just haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But I will. Alright. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm going to call it a night. Tomorrow, I think we'll probably do a bad game night. Because last time we did bad games, we did not find anything fun bad. We just found some actual dog shit. So, redemption for bad game night tomorrow. We'll find some good bad games. And no, I can't say that's been the case, Stone. Holy shit, Jesus Christ, soy sauce. I don't have a favorite song, I don't think. But my favorite band is probably Deftones. Really appreciate the fat fucking drop right at the end of stream. Thank you for that. And the 90s live action Ninja Turtle movies were pretty good. Alright, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the generosity. Have a great rest of your evening, everybody. I will see you soon. See you tomorrow. Thanks again. Bye-bye. Sleep well.